Election night 2024. Oh, we have been with you throughout the evening on 13 WMAZ Plus as the votes get counted. Let's run down some of the results we had around Central Georgia. State House District 118. It was a good night for a lot of incumbents, including Clint Crow, easily winning that race in State House District 118. State House District 128, one of those that is still too close to call. 49 votes. The incumbent Mac Jackson leads Tracy Wheeler by right now. 49 votes. That's the difference. State House District 142, Miriam Parris, the incumbent, a comfortable win tonight over Calvin Palmer by more than 5,000 votes. State House District 143 to succeed James Beverly. Anissa Jones gets the win tonight, winning over Barbara Boyer by more than 5,000 votes. State House District 144, the veteran incumbent Dale Washburn, the win tonight by over 13,000 votes. State House District 145, this is that new district drawn up. Tangi Herring edging out Noah Harbuck. Herring defeating Harbuck by 251 votes. That's that new district right there, a new seat in Monroe and Macon-Bibb County. State House District 149, a lot of folks were interested in this race. Floyd Griffin defeating Ken Vance by over 2,000 votes to claim that seat. District 149. State House District 147, Bethany Ballard has won re-election, defeating Ariel Phillips for the second time, this time winning by nearly 4,000 votes. State House District 150, Patty Stinson, the winner. She trailed early in the evening and then steadily pulled away. State House District 158, the incumbent Bush Parrish gets the win by over 11,000 votes. Now, throughout the evening, we were getting all kinds of insights as to what was going on in election night. We had the opportunity to listen to our Lori Johnson. She sat down with political science professor and election expert Charles Bullock from the University of Georgia and Georgia College and State University professor Scott Buchanan. Let's check in with some of the things they were talking about to provide that perspective on election night.
It's been wonderful insight that both of our professors have brought us tonight. Thank you so much, Scott Buchanan with Georgia College and State University, Charles Bullock with the University of Georgia. So, a question, and I asked you this a little earlier in the evening, your headline for tonight. Now, Scott, I'm going to start with you this time.
I think I said Trump trending.
Are you going to stick with your headline?
I'm sticking. That's my story. I'm sticking with it.
Okay. Dr. Bullock, how about you?
Well, change, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Vice presidents don't get elected to succeed their predecessor.
Wow. Okay.
It's only happened 4 times in our American history.
Okay.
2 of those were our first 2 vice presidents. Then Martin Van Buren in 1836. And the only one in anybody's lifetime was George W.H. Bush, who did get elected to succeed Reagan.
Wow.
But this is not the way to become president.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're vice president, you have a good shot of moving up because your boss dies.
Okay.
So 11 vice presidents have moved up because the top job opened.
Sure.
But serving as vice president and then saying, well, I'll run for it, my boss, that ain't get you there.
I wonder why that is. That's some great historical perspective. What do you think?
Well, I think it's because you bear whatever burdens that people don't like about what happened in the administration you were there, and yet you were number 2, so you weren't calling the shots.
Okay.
But you take the arrows
You
that get
take
shot
the
at you,
arrows,
right?
take the
Yeah.
heat for that. Yeah, you would agree.
I would agree, and it's not over yet. But to base off of what Chuck just said, there was a poll out yesterday that how many 2/3 of Americans roughly said that they thought the economy was going in the wrong direction, the country going in the wrong direction. It was not a Harris-Trump poll. It was just a state of the nation sort of poll. And I think if you don't like the way things are going right now, well, Harris represents the Biden years.
Right. Thank you so much for all of your insight today. You guys have been fabulous. Thank you so much. I learned a lot.
We all learned a lot. Thanks very much, Lori. All right, let's have more results for you. House District 2, I told you it was a good night for incumbents. That includes Sanford Bishop, been in office a long time, will remain in office, defeating Wayne Johnson. House District 8, Austin Scott's been in Washington for a long time. He will remain there, defeating Darius Butler. House District 10, the incumbent, another victor, Mike Collins, winning that race. And House District 12, the incumbent, Rick Allen. So in all 4 of those races, all 4 incumbents come away with handy victories there. All right, so Election night continues. We'll be back in a little bit. Right now, we're going to send it to our sister station in Washington, D.C. as they for going to Houston. My mistake. KHOU in Houston for their live election night coverage in the Lone Star State.
Feed the family. Democracy doesn't matter. You know, climate doesn't matter. And so I just think that the issues were way off the, course for the Democrats.
A lot of the results tonight also show that Kamala Harris really underperforming with Latino voters compared to Biden. A lot of those Latino voters shifting over to Trump. Could that be a huge thing at the end of the day? I mean, I've been on social media and a lot of people posting, ironically, that Latino voters may be the ones that are delivering the White House to President Trump this time around.
Seems very likely, and it's been a slow progression away from the Democratic Party towards the Republican Party. It could be a Trump phenomenon where they just like him and the economy is particularly bad, and so they're choosing this election and the last election to kind of migrate to a different party. We'll see if it's durable in time, but it definitely is very real for Democrats right now who are looking at the bottom line saying, our coalition is dissipating and we need to find a new way to get that path. And as far as we've seen, at least here in Texas in particular, that path is really narrow, and they didn't get the numbers they needed from the places that they needed to get them from.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think there have been 4 major realignments in American political history, and we're in the midst of one right now where you see non-college educated, middle class, Hispanics, African Americans moving to the Republican Party, and college graduates moving over to the Democrats. It's an amazing process to watch. I'm certainly not smart enough, and I'm not a PhD in politics, but I'm going to be real interested to read your next book and see what you guys.
I'll help you out on that. I don't think it's necessarily it's a realignment, but it could be de-alignment, a growing disinterest, all right, in terms of a party, in terms of looking at the messaging, the platforms. You're talking about democracy, and people are really hurting, and it's about those kitchen table issues. When you talk about whether or not you can afford bread when you go to the local market. And another thing, Latinos are concerned about the border and immigration because, again, if you look at economics of jobs, it's better to come here legal as opposed to illegal, and there's a threat to the jobs in terms of people who are working as undocumented workers. And that's important, and we don't ever talk about that. Right.
And Carl, do you think we hear from the candidates tonight?
I think we hear from Trump. I'm not sure if we hear from Harris, but we should, regardless of where we are. At some point, they should come out and talk to the nation. And, I just think Democrats you got to sell the people the thing they want to buy first. Then, it's like the car. You got to sell me the car before you can add the air conditioning, the radio, the satellite dish. When you start selling the satellite dish to put on a car, it's in the wrong order. And it's not just the Hispanic community. Orlando and I have both been public office holders, and this has been my experience being a candidate and a public office holder. You got to find the things that cuts across race, geography, and gender, and push those first, and then you build on those. And abortion is an important issue, but it's not the only issue. The economy was important, and we didn't hear from Democrats, not just Kamala Harris, but as a party, a real coherent message about how they were going to make life better going forward. Bill Clinton used to tell the story about going to the State Farm in Arkansas, and the guy said, "Good what you did, but what are you going to do for me now? What's next?" And Democrats have got to get out of the habit of thinking the only thing you can say is, that person is bad. You got to say what I'm going to be good at for you also.
Alrighty, thank you guys. Lennon, we have plenty more votes to count, but again, if you're in the Trump campaign, you're feeling a whole lot better than the Harris campaign at this hour. Back to you.
Yeah, right now, a tough climb to the 270 needed to secure the White House for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I think, Marcelino, you put it well. There are cracks in the blue wall that Harris needs to sweep right now in order to get to 270. So we'll see how it plays out, if the cracks continue or if she somehow can hold on and get to 270. But it looks difficult right now.
Well, the path was clear for a couple of local candidates tonight, talking about Congressional District 18, the seat held by the late Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee for nearly 30 years. Now, her daughter, Erica Lee Carter, was running to fill her mother's seat for the rest of the term. It looks like that is an easy win here. She checks the winner's box with 69% of the vote over Maria Dunn. And then we had two elections really in one race. Former Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner, also in the race to represent the district for the next 2 years. He won this race very early on in the evening with 70% of the vote. Stephen Going is with Turner's campaign tonight.
Yeah, that watch party is happening at Grooves of Houston, just east of downtown. How's it going there, Stephen? I know it's been a party.
Yeah, Len, the watch party actually wrapped up a bit early tonight because those victories came so early in the night as well. As you mentioned, there are two winners in the 18th Congressional District. Erica Lee Carter will be filling the rest of her mother's term, about 2 months. And we know that former Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner will be heading to Washington to start his full 2-year term in 2025. Now, earlier in the night, we did see these two candidates talking to their supporters, thanking them. They say they do not take these wins for granted. We did see them talking to people, shaking hands. The former mayor even told me that he had not really considered a run for this seat, of course, until his friend, the late Congresswoman, passed away, and he decided he still had more to give to people in Houston. Take a listen to what the now Congressman-elect had to say to his supporters.
This is our moment, and this is our opportunity to really lift up every single person in the 18th Congressional District. And we need to make sure that just like we have been blessed, that we pass those blessings on to someone else. And so, if we had our runners...
Now, when I talked to the Congressman-elect, and asked him, how many terms he plans to serve. Previously, he said he might just serve 2 because he wants to be a bridge to the future. When I asked him about that tonight, he said that he was just going to go and do the job, and that the people in the district would determine how long he would serve for. Len, Mia.
All right, Stephen Goen, thank you. Something else we're watching is that $4.4 billion bond for Houston ISD, which garnered a lot of controversy. Prop A, which you're looking at right here, is losing 60% to 40%. Prop A would devote $3.96 billion for several projects like building new schools, renovating existing schools, security upgrades, and buying land for future schools. And things don't look much better for Prop B. Now, this means $440 million for new technology equipment and staff and students, as well as improved cybersecurity. Prop B also losing by the same margin, 60% to 40%. And in fact, we've also heard from the superintendent about all of this.
Katira Winfrey is following all of the latest developments with the $4.4 billion bust practically at this point of a bond. Katira?
Yeah, Lynn and Mia, Superintendent Mike Miles issued a letter maybe an hour or more ago saying that, yeah, the school did not get this bond to pass, and in part of it saying the politics of adults beat out the needs of kids. And he went on to talk about the challenges that the district will face moving on and the challenges students will have. I'm here outside of the Teachers Association here, where they had a rally, Teacher Federation, where they had a watch party here earlier today that started about 7. They have been one of the major groups advocating against this bond. So as you can imagine, people inside were very excited to see the turn of events and to see that most of the public agreed that this bond is not what we need right now. One of the things that opponents and supporters both do agree on, however, is that a lot of work needs to be done in HISD to get those schools up to par, to make them great for kids. Now, some argue that the need to fix those things should outweigh any other issues people may have with the board or with the superintendent. However, people who are opposed say that this is not the bond to get it done. And right now they really argue that they just don't believe in Superintendent Mike Miles to get the job done. They say they do not want to trust him with such a large amount of money, saying that they don't know if he would be spending it properly or equitably. So a lot of back and forth on if this will be the right thing moving forward with the district. Again, everyone arguing that yes, some work needs to be done. I got a chance to speak to people on both sides of the issue earlier tonight. Here's what they had to say.
We cannot entrust someone who is so untrustworthy to manage huge amounts of money to do that. Those upgrades and those needed repairs, and in some cases rebuilds, when there is just no trusting relationship with the community. And so that's really why we've been against it.
I worry, I guess, about what it means that we've passed by this opportunity to make a much needed investment in our schools today. But I deeply hope that there's an opportunity sooner than later to make this big investment that our kids deserve.
And I spoke to an expert earlier today who talked about this bond was pretty interesting in that politics or political parties also got in on the conversation, saying that's not something you see often when you're talking about a school bond. But they also said, depending on the outcome of this bond election, it'll give you an idea of the faith the community has in the school district. If the bond were to pass, it would show an element of support for the district. However, if it did fail, it would show that they really didn't trust it. And so looking at those numbers right now, that expert might have been onto something. But again, definitely a interesting take in terms of people finding a common ground in that there is some need in the district for improvements to the district. But apparently this time around, voters decided that this was not the way to go. But of course, we'll be following this to see what other bond updates could come out or any bonds planned for the future. I'll send it back to you all.
Katira, thank you. And if this proposition goes down to defeat for the bond, HISD will have to go back to the drawing board because they are going to need some kind of money to do the upgrades we've been talking about.
And we could perhaps see another bond proposal
Yes.
later that is a different dollar amount. Even.
Yes, less.
Absolutely.
All right, let's take a look at the race for U.S. Senate in Texas tonight.
Republican Senator Ted Cruz being challenged by Democratic Congressman Colin Allred, and Cruz coming out the victor in this race with 54% of the vote. Allred conceding tonight in Dallas.
Victor Jacobo is in Dallas, where the congressman was hosting a watch party. But let's start with Jason Miles with Senator Ted Cruz's campaign in downtown Houston. And they've been whooping it up there for quite some time, Jason.
Yeah, well, the music and or the coverage on one of the networks on a couple of big screens is still blaring in here, but the room pretty much empty now. We're among the last ones standing. Obviously, Ted Cruz declared victory earlier than many may have thought based on all the polling over the last couple of days, or indeed the last few weeks. We have some video of when he took the stage here just after 9 o'clock tonight, based on those returns and the margin that he saw, the margin of victory over challenger Colin Allred. Cruz addressing supporters alongside his family, elected leaders, and others. He thanked those who voted for him across this state. He said he logged more than 9,000 miles and about 50 plus stops along a bus tour. He visited even some smaller cities along that tour that were not scheduled stops. He even thanked Democrats who may have supported him, including Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg, who is, of course, a Democrat here in the county, who decided to support Ted Cruz. He thanked challenger Colin Allred for a hard-fought campaign, but said the people of Texas have spoken. Take a listen to what Cruz had to say.
They deployed every trick, every lie, and every Hollywood celebrity they could find. Chuck Schumer tried to buy this Senate seat like it was a piece of Manhattan real estate. But he learned what we've always known, that Texas isn't for sale. And Texans can't be bought. Thank you to each of you.
And I had a quick chat with the chair of the Harris County Republican Party a short time ago. I asked her about the polling that put this race so close, despite what we saw tonight. She says, well, it's further proof, perhaps, that you can't put all of your faith into these polls. People may tell you they're going to vote one way, and they vote differently. As for Cruz, he said he looks forward to a third 6-year term that will put him in office at the end of that term, in office for 18 years, representing the state of Texas. He says he plans to represent the entire state, whether you voted for him tonight or not. That's the latest from the Marriott Marquis downtown. I'll send it up to Dallas to my colleague Victor Jacobo, who's covering the Colin Allred campaign. Victor?
Yeah, Jason, the venue here in Dallas has pretty much emptied out completely as all the supporters have gone away, as well as staff. They're now, the cleaning crews just clearing out the venue. Colin Allred addressing his supporters a short while ago. He conceded the race a little before 11 o'clock tonight. He said that he shared in the disappointment with his supporters, but he thanked them, thanked his campaign staff for a hard-fought race throughout all this. But he said that while they are disappointed, to keep their heads up and that the fight for democratic causes continues here in Texas. Things that he had spoken about on the campaign trail, that includes the issue of reproductive rights that he really had highlighted during the campaign. So he says for supporters to keep fighting on even after tonight and after tonight's disappointing results. Here's what he had to tell them during his concession speech.
It's going to take courage for whatever comes tomorrow and the day after. This country is worth fighting for. Understand that. This state is worth fighting for.
Now, Allred's loss continues a streak of dominance for Republicans, as no Democrat has won a statewide race in Texas in 3 decades. In Dallas, Victor Jacobo, KHOU 11 News.
All right, Victor.
Back to you guys.
Thank you. And obviously could end up giving the Senate the edge in Congress as well. Let's take a look at the race to become Harris County's next district attorney. Sean Tier on the left, who beat Kim Ogg, the incumbent, during the primaries, facing off against Dan Simons. This race, as of now, too close to call. Aniela Ruiz is covering this race. You can see with only 1% of the precincts reporting, Sean Tier was polling much better than what he's showing tonight. But again, it is very early.
It is very early. Interestingly, if you look there in the right-hand corner of your screen, it says 1% of votes reported. This is in Harris County. We know that Harris County has 700 different polling locations that they have to have those precinct judges bring those ballots to Election Central and for those to be counted. And I know when we got a check on just how many of those voting locations were in, there were 12. Now, granted, that was closer to 9 o'clock. I'm sure they've had more since then.
Sure.
But, you know, Tanisha Hudspeth, the head of Harris County elections, said that they were going to be very efficient, very methodical, and work to get the job done with accuracy. So perhaps that takes time, and especially in the largest county in the state of Texas.
Our Matt Doherty was at Election Central watching some of the polling votes come in. As he mentioned, only 12. You got to remember, Harris County, one of the largest counties in the nation and very spread out. So they have to come in some instances a very long way, some of these polling locations, to get to Election Central, which is now a different location up near Bush Airport.
Right.
And so that will all take some time. So it's going to be a long night. We may not know until tomorrow, this DA's race, exactly how it's going to break. Based on early voting, it is very tight. I know in the polling prior, if you want to trust polling, Sean Tier was up by, double digits in some cases. So you figure if you take down the incumbent, that's a pretty good indication that you might get the DA's office. But right now, too close to call, too early to call.
And it's interesting because, we were talking about the candidates in the race for Harris County DA. The public very familiar with Sean Tier because of his work that he's done in the DA's office as a prosecutor. He's been very prominent often ready to talk to the media about the different cases within the DA's office. So we've seen and we've heard from him a lot.
Yes.
However, his opponent, Simons, the public isn't quite as familiar with,
No.
but that doesn't appear to be making a difference, at least with the early voting numbers that we're seeing thus far.
Welcome back. We continue our coverage of Election Night 2024 here on 13 WMAZ Plus. Polls have been closed for many, many hours. Most of the races in Georgia have been called, and that includes a lot of sheriff's races and a lot of incumbents with victories tonight, including Lewis Walker in Crawford County. Sheriff Walker's been there a long time. He'll remain as the sheriff, defeating his challenger, Gene Parker. Dooley County, the Peavies have been sheriff for a long time. It was Van Peavy for many years. It's Craig Peavy now. He handily defeated his opponent, Chuck Gordon. Other sheriff's races we've been keeping our eye on in Hancock County. The incumbent Tomlin Primus back in office, winning by over 1,400 votes. In Lawrence County, the incumbent Larry Dean picked up 66% of the vote. He won by over 7,000 votes, defeating Tyler Jackson. In Peach County, to succeed Terry Deese, who is retiring, Robert Buck Shannon, who had Sheriff Deese's support, the winner over Ty Matthews by over 2,500 votes. So those are a lot of the sheriff's races. In Taylor County, John Sawyer, the winner over Tommy Fowler in the Taylor County sheriff's race by over 1,000 votes. Trutland County, the incumbent Tommy Corbin defeated the challenger Kyle Strickland by over 1,200 votes. Another sheriff's race a lot of folks were interested in was the Houston County sheriff's race to succeed the late Cullen Talton. And there you see that Matt Moulton will succeed the late Cullen Talton, defeating Arthur Harris by nearly 15,000 votes. Earlier in the evening, our Celine Arif was able to catch up with Sheriff-elect Matt Moulton and chat with him about his victory.
No, for you, what do you think you can attribute to the success of this election?
I think just the support of the voters. You know, they were asked early on this year to support me, to trust and believe in me. They took a chance on me, and they did, and they showed up big at the polls, and here we are tonight. So I look forward to serving the citizens of Houston County for the next 4 years and hopefully a lot longer after that.
And for you, you've got a little bit of time between now and January. I mean, what are you going to do now or maybe in the near future to start preparing for the new role?
The Georgia Sheriff's Association has a sheriff-elect school for new sheriffs in the state of Georgia. So I will be leaving Sunday to go to Madison, Georgia, to the Georgia Sheriff's Association headquarters, and I'll attend the 4-week class in Madison for new sheriffs. So I'll be doing that and then make it home in time for Christmas. We'll get through the holidays and we'll hit the ground running January 1st.
All right, Sheriff-elect Matt Moulton in Houston County. Some more results to toss your way. Crisp County Coroner Richard Wright, the winner tonight by over 1,400 votes in that race. Crisp County Education Board District 2, Michelle Paul wins that race. Dooley County Sheriff, as we just told you a few minutes ago, Craig Peavy, the incumbent, easily winning there. Dooley County Coroner Brett Walls is the victor by over 1,000 votes over James Crosby. Dooley County Commission District 5, Wayne West and David Barron, 71 votes. That would be a runoff. Dooley County Education Board Post 2, Norman Dexter the winner. Wilcox County Commission District 2, Kearney Hare, a close race, 17 votes. Wilcox County Board of Education District 2, the incumbent William Dozier, the winner by over 100 votes. Pulaski County T-Splost passes by over 700 votes, Transportation Splost. Reynolds Distilled Spirit Sales, the yes votes win there by 106 votes. All right, we'll continue to be with you throughout the morning hours. Now, keep in mind, Georgia still has not been called as far as the presidential race goes. Donald Trump is in the lead right now, but that has not yet been called. We're going to now send it to our sister station in Washington, D.C. for their live election night coverage.
red area of Wisconsin redder than it was in 2020, which means former President Trump did precisely what his campaign said it would attempt to do: run up the score in internal parts of Wisconsin.
Confident in that this backlog will be able to start being reduced day one. And it has been a huge set of events coming together to create the backlog. But the worst part of that was the inefficiencies inside the office that contributed to it. And as we remove those, we're going to start to see the numbers decrease. And it's not just something that is out there because a number looks bad. The backlog is the direct correlation and reason that Harris County Jail is a public health crisis right now. We have people dying in there at unseen numbers. And so the only way that gets fixed is by fixing the backlog so that victims and defendants can have their day in court in a timely manner and get on with whatever the next step is. Prison, probation, diversions, or dismissals. Whatever the disposition, we've got to do it quicker so that we don't have the overcrowding that we have.
Sean, I'm so sorry. Sean, one of the biggest concerns also for people has been, you're a Democrat. Are you going to be kind to the criminals? Are you going to be more lenient to them? I think that's a big concern that a lot of people have on the other side.
Sure. I've heard that I'm going to open the jail doors and I'm going to do a lot of things. My entire career tells you that's not who I am. I have done nothing in my career other than prosecute violent criminals and if appropriate, send them to jail for long sentences. I believe that is one of the ways that we protect the community, and it's something that we're going to do in a much more efficient and better manner under my leadership. I believe in the system. What we're not going to do is create the next generation of violent criminals by giving young individuals a criminal record when it's not necessary. If we can put younger people and people who've never been given a chance on a different path, on a different career path, give them some hope other ways, we're going to try that. And I'm not naive enough to think that we're going to save all of them, but if we incrementally start reducing the recidivism down in misdemeanor and down in lower level felonies, we are going to change the way that Harris County looks. And while we're doing it, we're going to prosecute the real predators out there as vigorously as we've ever done it.
I know there's a lot of budget issues under this administration. I know you kind of have an unprecedented plan when you go in as far as how you handle money.
Yeah, for the first time in the history of this office, we're going to hire a real chief financial officer. We're going to have someone that understands the Harris County budget model, that understands how to communicate and work with Commissioner's Court, and that has a background in this. We're not going to ask some lawyer who likes math to go be the person in charge of a $126 million budget. We're going to have someone that tells us what we can and can't spend, when we can and can't spend it, and then be able to communicate that vision and our desires to Commissioner's Court, which is, quite frankly, all they've ever asked for. If you look at it, despite the acrimonious relationship between the prior administration and Commissioner's Court, they have increased funding for that office every year that she has been in office. They want to have a functioning, successful DA's office. The commissioners do. I know because I've spoken to every one of them. So what we're going to do is actually be smart about money. We're going to spend it where it needs to be spent, and we're going to spend it in making the job easier for the prosecutors to follow their oath, which is to see that justice is done.
What do you think the consequences are of your opponent winning?
I hope if he is declared the winner of this that he can be successful, because I was born and raised in this community. I love Houston. I love Harris County. I'm raising 4 children here. I truly hope that he would be successful. I have some pretty significant concerns about that, but I also really believe that's not a scenario we have to worry about.
As far as being able to retain attorneys and to be able to retain prosecutors, what will you do to be able to keep, because I know it's kind of a revolving door sometimes?
Not sometimes. Right now, it is a revolving door. We've lost countless hundreds of years of prosecutorial experience over the last 8 years. As a first step, we're going to bring a number of those prosecutors back. We're going to bring hundreds of years of prosecutorial experience back into the top levels to impart the confidence and knowledge and training that we've been missing for 8 years. That's going to help. That's going to give young prosecutors and our line prosecutors the confidence to go forward into these cases that they don't have right now. But that's a really short-sighted solution. We've got to do that, but we've also got to go from the bottom, and we've got to let prosecutors that are there now and the next generation prosecutors know how much we care about them, and that they are free to make mistakes as long as they learn from them. They are going to have the power to follow their oath the right way. And when you do that, and one of the reasons you can do that is that the leadership has all been in their positions. They're going to feel confidence about that. But when you make prosecutors feel safe to make a mistake, when you make prosecutors feel like they can lawfully follow their oath, you're going to start to see prosecutors want to stay. Because what I think has been lost over the last decade is this is the coolest job you can have as an attorney. You get to stand up there every day and do the right thing, whatever that is. If it's a dismissal, if it's a maximum punishment, whatever the right thing is, that's your oath. You don't represent anyone. You represent justice. And so we're going to make prosecuting cool again.
Perfect.
You mentioned the margin is not what you thought it would be. Do you have an idea of what caused that? You know, I think it is. I think it's premature to even speculate on that. I know that as we go forward in the next week and months, we're going to do a full postmortem. I think one thing is abundantly clear that
we've been listening to District Attorney in Harris County candidate Sean Tier. He's up slightly in the race. He says he expects to win. He's been talking for quite some time, and we'll continue to follow this, and we'll know more about this probably not till early in the morning.
Yes, in the meantime, the voting count continues this evening. The vote count continues. Rather, it is getting late, 11:44. Our Matt Doherty is at Election Central with an update for us now. Matt?
It is late, Mia, and it's getting late here. People are tired, but those votes are continuing to come in.
Go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Okay, that's Cedric Richmond. He is one of the co-chairs of the Harris campaign, and obviously saying, and I think we missed a little bit at the top, that the vice president is not speaking tonight, that she's going to speak at some point tomorrow.
Yeah, because those results are still coming in at this point. You heard the crowd applauding, so apparently they're taking this this news right here in just a good stride. So
yeah, that question will be, will the former president come out in Florida to say anything tonight, or will he take the same approach and wait? Let's take a look and see. Again, we'll go back to the yard now, and we'll see that people are starting to leave. And listen, it was a long night, as we heard Marcella say. It was a celebratory night. People very excited to be there for this election night celebration. Historic, nonetheless. The first time a president has held their election night watch party on a college campus, so let alone an HBCU campus.
I guess what we need to figure out now is if they're going to be able to return. Is it happening in the same space tomorrow? You can see the folks leaving right now.
So what we know is that the stage that's been erected on Howard's campus was going to be there through the end of the week.
Okay.
So they are likely not going to tear anything down. Everything will be in place. Now the question will be, what happens tomorrow? What time will that happen? What are the contours of that? What will that look like? And all of the people that came today had tickets to come. So will they also be ticketed to come back? Will this just be a select few and the school community? Howard, of course, is remote for the rest of the week. So we'll have to wait and see what the campaign decides. This is really being run by the campaign and the Secret Service.
And you have the students at the Burr Gymnasium as well. What was that, first come, first serve?
Yeah, if you had a student ID, you could get in there. It holds about 2,500 students. We haven't had a real a look there in a while, though, so I don't know if the students were still there watching or if many of them left for the night as well.
But you can only imagine, as we see these supporters of the Harris-Walz campaign leaving on election night. This was supposed to be a big celebration tonight, either way, but they're being turned away and they're being asked to return at a later date tomorrow.
I think sounds like they're committed for sure. Let's go back to Marcella Robertson, who can kind of fill in a little bit of the blanks here for us. Marcella, you there? So, Marcella, we missed the top of what...
I mean, we just heard very briefly. Go ahead.
No, you go.
Well, the music is still going here, right? But you can see people have filed out pretty quickly. A very, very brief comment from the Harris-Walz campaign manager there, saying that the vice president would not come out to address supporters tonight, that she would be back tomorrow here at the same location to address the Howard family and to her supporters and address the American people. Obviously, a little bit disappointing for people who were hoping to see her take the stage here tonight. But as we know, those key battleground states, those results are not in yet, still too close to call, so that likely played into that decision there. But as you mentioned, right, this is set for the entire week. Howard University was closed today. Students will have virtual classes for the rest of the week because they knew that this was a possibility, that the results potentially would not be in tonight, and that they were hoping it's going to be a victory speech, that may not happen tonight, but that it may happen down the road sometime later this week. So that is the situation we're looking at right now. Again, they have been out here for hours, since about 7 o'clock, maybe a little bit earlier. People started filing in here. Of course, this is the backdrop, right? This kind of full circle moment that Vice President Harris was hoping to have here. Her alma mater, she graduated here. And not just having it on campus, but having it be here on the yard, which is really just symbolic. And you've talked about this, Leslie. This is the center of campus here. You are cutting through, going to your classes. You maybe are eating lunch here. And tonight, it was really the backdrop for the final night of the Harris-Walz campaign. So again, kind of this full circle moment. Unfortunately, we will not be hearing from the vice president tonight, but her campaign manager, again, if you missed it, very briefly came and took the stage here, saying that she would be back tomorrow to address the Howard family, to address the American people as well. And we are still keeping a very close eye on those key battleground states that will certainly determine the outcome of this election.
Stella, I know that Cedric Richmond, the campaign manager, came out and sort of gave the news. Are you hearing yet, are there any whispers yet of how they'll determine who will actually get to be there tomorrow when the vice president does address the Howard community and supporters?
Yeah, that is unclear. Hopefully we can get that information for you guys here shortly, but really unclear because, as you mentioned, this is kind of first come, first serve. Some people did have tickets for this, and we know this was not an open event, right? This was a private event, so hoping to get you that information. But I can tell you the yard has cleared out pretty quickly here. Just a few people still left. What was really a celebratory vibe for most of the night. We saw a lot of the, fraternities and sororities, members of the Divine Nine took the stage, the Howard University Gospel Choir. So while I think a lot of people were looking forward to hearing from the vice president, I think just speaking with some people who were on the yard who came to support, they really just wanted to be part of this moment and to watch all of this play out, even if they didn't get to hear from her tonight.
Yeah, Marcella, when Cedric Richmond did make the announcement, we heard some applause there. Was that the general reaction from the crowd there?
Yeah, just a quick applause, and then I think people kind of started to file out. I spoke with one woman who said, look, I really want to hear her speak, but I got to work tomorrow, right? And look, we're pushing 1 o'clock now, so I think a lot of people we're happy to at least hear what the plan is for tonight, and then we'll probably try to be back here tomorrow.
Yeah, and they've got to leave and make it through all of the road closures that are in place to make all of this possible. So this long night and to morning could be a little bit longer for folks trying to get home. But surely the imprint of this night will be on everyone that was there tonight, regardless of what happened, because of the fact that it was such a festive night and had the intentions of being a really memorable night for sure, too. All right,
Marcella.
We're moving on.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we got to talk about Virginia for a bit now and the results in that 7th district race we have been watching closely. I believe we have some of those results coming in. Yeah, you can see right here, Eugene Vindman there with more than 51% of the votes, and it is still too close to call.
Our Rafael Sanchez Cruz is in Fredericksburg. That's where the Democratic candidate Eugene Vindman is waiting for tonight's results.
Tonight, Democrat Eugene Vindman declared himself the winner of Virginia's 7th congressional district. He took the stage vowing to work for all Virginians. He also says it's time to stop the mudslinging, and he wants to restore civility back in the Commonwealth. He gave a message to all of those who did not vote for him tonight. Let's listen.
My message is that I will earn your trust, and I will earn the right to represent you.
What message do you think resonated to get the results that we're seeing tonight?
Look, I'm a 25-year Army veteran. I live in the community. I'm raising my children in the community. And, these are my friends and neighbors. I just went out and made my case. It was as simple as that.
Vindman says he has yet to hear from his opponent, Derek Anderson. It's estimated, according to the Virginia Access Project, that Vindman spent more than $13.4 million in this congressional race. In Fredericksburg, Rafael Sanchez Cruz, USA 9.
This is at Republican candidate Derek Anderson's watch party in Fredericksburg.
The race for the open 7th congressional district seat was expected to be competitive and close, and that is certainly the case. Republican candidate Derek Anderson getting on the stage with his wife, saying the race is too close to call. But there's been a sense of optimism and excitement from his supporters. Anderson is a Spotsylvania County resident who brings in a strong military background. He's big on fixing the economy and border security. As you may have seen through political ads, the race has been ugly, with both candidates calling each other a liar. But as we caught up with Anderson just before polls closed, he felt confident the results would play in his favor, and he reassured that to his supporters.
Folks, we know this is going to be a tight race. It's going to continue to be a tight race. I appreciate you all hanging in there with us, but guess what? We're going to win this damn thing, all right?
If Anderson takes the seat, it is an example that you do not have to raise the most money to win a race. In Fredericksburg, I'm Matthew Torres, USA 9.
All right, so we're getting some new numbers to end tonight, focusing on, wait a minute.
We're going to take a quick break here from streaming to do a quick update on television. We'll see you back here in just a minute.
Not a big difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. And Trump just had his pulse on the heartbeat of the average American, and it's proven to be correct.
What did the Democrats do wrong, Brandon?
I don't think they did a lot wrong. I mean, you could certainly talk about issue prioritization, you could talk about candidate selection, but they just had a tough map. I mean, I think Harold's right that it's just the case that they were going to defend too much territory, and it was just too hard for them to do. They didn't have enough of a coattail either from the top of the ticket. That's a major problem, and that couldn't be helped. Clearly, Harris was a better choice than Biden in some cases, but they just weren't going to get the kind of boost that they really needed to hold on to some of these seats.
Could you talk a little bit about coattails? We've talked about how Trump definitely fueling this for Republicans. I just think back, obviously Harris was not the first choice immediately. She came in after Biden withdrew. But how much how much worse possibly could things have, if this is how bad it is tonight, imagine perhaps if Biden would have stayed on the ticket.
Well, I think that was part of the problem because some of the voters may have viewed Kamala Harris as just a continuation. If you look at the campaign, it was basically the same people. And when she was asked the question, what would she do differently, she said basically nothing. And I think there's something we haven't talked about. We haven't talked about the conflict in Gaza and how that may have impacted on what we've seen tonight and some of these things. And we have Pennsylvania, we have a very large Jewish population there. Also in Michigan, he's leading, very large Arab population. These are factors as well.
This Republican majority in the Senate did not filibuster proof, and I don't think they'll get to 60 tonight, but they'll get mid-50s perhaps, 53, 54. What does that mean on a day-to-day level when you're legislating, combined with the fact that you might have the House as well, and a Republican in the Oval Office?
Look, the Senate operates on the Senate leader, and there's very few issues that they filibuster. They don't have real filibusters. And so if you work out a deal, it'll be interesting to see what is on Trump's 100-day agenda. Mm-hmm. If it's consensus kind of stuff and there are some things on his agenda, it's hard to say you're not for getting rid of taxes against tips, against overtime, to stop taxing Social Security benefit. If those are the kind of things he rolls out first, he's not going to have many filibusters. If he's smart with his judicial selections, he'll get a bunch of those through the upper chamber. There's very few things that'll survive, that a filibuster will stop under the process the Senate currently operates under. Look, to touch back on the other point, I can't imagine what the night would have looked like if Joe Biden was at the top of the ticket. And any folk that talk about it would have been different in a more positive way, just aren't having an honest conversation about what the numbers look like all across America with President Biden at the top of the ticket. President Biden did a great job in 20 winning the race, but he just lost touch with the American people and they lost confidence in him. And tonight would have probably been a worse night for us if Biden was at the top of the ticket. We're going to have to be really honest with each other as Democrats to figure out how we get back in touch. Orlando made a point, and I'll just make this my last point. The Democratic Party used to be the party of working America. We used to be the party of small business. We have essentially ceded all of that ground to Donald Trump, who has been better than even Ronald Reagan of attracting the working class of America to the Republican Party. I never thought I'd ever see that in my lifetime, that my party would not be the party of working class America.
We got less than a minute left, but let's talk real quickly about the Senate Majority Leader. Who do you guys think could potentially lead the Senate? A few names to throw out.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump is probably going to get the pick, whoever he likes, and he actually might go outside the box and pick somebody like Rick Scott, who's running a kind of long shot campaign. But my money is on John Thune, the senator from South Dakota. Yeah. He's more experienced. He's a Trump-interested party, and they've had their differences, but that's my guess. John Cornyn also running here from Texas. Yeah. We don't have as many Texans in office as we used to at these high levels. Yeah. There's a chance that it could be Cornyn, but I think that youth and Trump is on Dune's side.
Cornyn's been an effective fundraiser for the Senate.
So true.
So I don't know that John Thune can get to that level, but I know Cornyn's been working on it for a while.
It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah.
We appreciate it, guys. Thanks for the several hours we've all been here. It's been fun to watch. Still more vote counting to have. Len and Mia will send it back to you.
Marcelino, thank you. That's all the time we have. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We'll continue to bring you the very latest election results. They're still coming in on our website, khou.com.
And our team coverage continues nice and early with you tomorrow. KHU 11 Morning News at 4:30.
All right, welcome back. Election night 2024. I guess we could say election morning now, about 1 a.m. right now. Almost all the races decided with the exception of the presidential race out there right now. Let's take a look at some of the results throughout the evening. Macon County Coroner Eddie Hosley the winner in that one over Jason Roberts. Macon County Tax Commissioner Wendy Henner defeats Becky Jones in that race. Houston County Superior Court Clerk Terry Childers winning by over 10,000 votes. Peach County Superior Court Clerk Sherry Ann Gonzalez winning by about 1,200 votes over Katrina Corbin. Peach County Commission Post 5, Wayne Yoder, the incumbent, back in office, wins again. Crawford County Sheriff, speaking of incumbents winning, Lewis Walker defeats Gene Parker. Crawford County Commission District 2, Troy Cook is the winner over Gregory Webb. Monroe County Splost, the Monroe Countyans say yes to the Splost. Monroe County Commission District 4, Al Turner and Mark D'Agostino in a very close race between 4 candidates bunched together. Culloden City Council, Jimmy Pearson and Jacob Sanders, the top 2 vote getters. All right, and now throughout the evening there were several races that were extremely close, including a new seat, and that was House District 145 that was created for folks in Macon, Bibb, and Monroe County. The 2 candidates were Noah Harbuck and Tangi Herring. Less than 250 votes separated the 2 candidates, with Tangi Herring winning. Let's check in and hear from the victor.
Thank you so much, Ms. Herring, for joining us tonight. We're talking to Ms. Herring. She is the Democratic candidate for House District 145, and she is the projected winner. Tell me about what your emotions were throughout the night.
You know what? I felt just honored to be the candidate that was running for the House District Seat 145, and I am just so thrilled and honored to be representing District 145, and I just want to thank the voters for coming out and putting their casting their vote and letting their voices be heard. I look forward to doing some great work for House District 145, so I'm just honored.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. Tell me about, this is a new seat. There's no example directly in front of you. Tell me about what you plan to do going into this brand new seat.
Listen, I have always stated that this is the people's seat. This was our campaign. And so I look forward to making sure that I bring economic opportunities to our district. I bring health care to our district, education, public safety, lowering our taxes. That has been my message the entire time, and I am there to serve them and make sure that their voices are heard every day under the Gold Dome.
How did you feel seeing that the race was so close, and did you expect it to be?
Hey, I expected it to be. I mean, the voters are coming out in record numbers, so I wasn't surprised, because people are ready for their voices to be heard, but I'm so glad that the people chose me to represent House District 145.
In those first 90 days in the seat, what do you plan to tackle first?
There's so many things that my constituents have told me that are important to them, and so when I get there, I really want to work on making sure we have economic development. I want to focus on education. I want to make sure we have health care. All of those things that they told me that they needed, there's not one particular thing. I want to make sure that I'm there every single day and making sure that I meet their needs and that I'm listening to the constituents who've put me in this position. So that's my job.
Is there anything that you want to say to your opponent, Mr. Noah Harbuck?
I just want to say, congratulations to him, and I wish the best for him.
Anything else you'd like to say to voters?
I just want to thank the voters. I appreciate you putting your trust in me, for seeing me. I appreciate you sticking it out with me through 3 races. And just thank you so much for your vote and for saying that you trust Tangi Herring to do the job for District 145. I truly appreciate it. I don't take it for granted, and I look forward to serving you well.
All right, thanks very much. That was Tangi Herring talking with our Carmen Brown. Tangi Herring winning the new seat, House District 145, in a very close race with Noah Harbuck. All right, more results to run through. I mean, isn't that what election night is about? It's all about the numbers. We're going to hit this one again. Houston County Superior Court Clerk Terry Childers, the winner in that race. Lawrence County Superior Court Clerk Tanya Rogers is the winner by over 8,000 votes. Peach County Superior Court Clerk Sherry Ann Gonzalez wins by 1,200 votes. Crisp County Education Board District 2, Michelle Paul, the winner by about 344 votes. Dooley County Education Board Post 2, Norman Dexter is the winner. All right, a lot of sheriff's races, and of course, a lot of folks were interested in the Houston County Sheriff's race. Of course, Cullen Talton had said a long time ago he was not going to seek re-election. He was going to step down this year, and then, of course, Sheriff Talton recently passed away after many, many years as the Houston County Sheriff. And the man who will succeed Sheriff Cullen Talton is Matt Moulton. He chatted with our Celine Arif tonight after winning the spot to be Houston County's next sheriff.
I know, for you, what do you think you can attribute to the success of this election?
I think just the support of the voters. You know, they were asked early on this year to support me, to trust and believe in me. They took a chance on me, and they did, and they showed up big at the polls, and here we are tonight. So I look forward to serving the citizens of Houston County for the next 4 years and hopefully a lot longer after that.
And for you, you've got a little bit of time between now and January. I mean, what are you going to do now or maybe in the near future to start preparing for the new role?
The Georgia Sheriff's Association has a sheriff-elect school for new sheriffs in the state of Georgia. So I will be leaving Sunday to go to Madison, Georgia, to the Georgia Sheriff's Association headquarters, and I'll attend the 4-week class in Madison for new sheriffs. So I'll be doing that and then make it home in time for Christmas. We'll get through the holidays and we'll hit the ground running January 1st.
All right, Sheriff-elect Matt Moulton. He will succeed the late Cullen Talton as Sheriff of Houston County. A lot of races decided, and now Associated Press is reporting that Georgia on the presidential side has gone to Donald Trump. 4 years ago, Joe Biden was able to win Georgia en route to the White House, but the Associated Press says Donald Trump will win Georgia this time around. You see the vote totals right there. Trump, 126,000 vote lead over Vice President Kamala Harris. So AP puts Georgia in former President Donald Trump's column right there. So been tracking that race throughout the evening, and the Associated Press has now called Georgia for former President Donald Trump. Now we'll continue to stay with you throughout the early morning hours as the votes continue to be counted around the country. Most all of them have been counted in Georgia. Peach County Sheriff, well, Terry Deese decided he was going to retire, and that of course set up a race to succeed him. He supported, Sheriff Deese did, Buck Shannon, and Buck Shannon is the one who won that race. Let's hear from Sheriff-elect Buck Shannon in Peach County.
And so Peach, like I said, is still one of those counties waiting to be called, but polls are showing that you're leading. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good about leading the polls at this point.
And so Sheriff Deese was here, one of the many people who were here supporting you. He's made it clear through this entire election process that you have been the candidate that he has been behind. How does that make you feel knowing that you have his support?
Makes me feel real great from a great guy like him. I worked for him over 25 years.
All right, that was Peach County Sheriff-elect Buck Shannon. That was interview was taped a while back before all the votes had been counted, but Buck Shannon will succeed Terry Deese. Other races, State House District 118, the incumbent Clint Crow is the winner there, picked up 67% of the vote. House District 128, 49 votes separating the incumbent Mac Jackson and Tracy Wheeler. Miriam Paris reelected House District 142, winning by over 5,000 votes. State House District 143, Anissa Jones, the winner over Barbara Boyer. Anissa Jones will succeed among those who decided to step aside as far as that seat went, and kind of surprising that James Beverly is the one who stepped down there. House District 144, the incumbent Dale Washburn. He wins again. House District 145, we just heard from Tangi Herring, winning by 251 votes over Noah Harbuck for that newly created seat. House District 149, Floyd Griffin the winner by 2,300 votes. House District 147, a rematch of 2 years ago, won by Bethany Ballard for the second straight time. She picked up 57% of the vote this time around. House District 150, Patty Stinson winning by more than 3,000 votes over Carrie Moore. All right, we've pretty much run through all the results here from around Central Georgia. We also told you the Associated Press has called the state of Georgia for Donald Trump in the presidential election. That's going to wrap up our coverage now here on 13 WMAZ Plus Election Night 2024. All right, welcome back. Election night. Actually, we can cross night out and put election morning. We're hitting about 1:30 in the morning right here. As we continue to roll through the night, we can say that CBS News has now given Donald Trump the state of Georgia. So that goes into the former president's column, and at last look, former president up to 246 electoral votes, not that far away from the 270 he needs right now. So Georgia, which 4 years ago went for Joe Biden, this time around goes for Donald Trump. All right, we've been running through results throughout the evening in the early morning hours. Let's continue to run down results for you. Houston County Sheriff to succeed the late Cullen Talton before he passed away recently. Cullen Talton, the longest serving sheriff in the United States, said he wouldn't run again. Matt Moulton has won that seat. Crawford County Sheriff, the incumbent Lewis Walker, will remain in office, easily defeating Gene Parker. Dooley County Sheriff Craig Peavy, longtime incumbent, a winner again tonight. Hancock County Sheriff, the incumbent Tomlin Primus, has retained his spot in the sheriff's office. Another incumbent winning impressively, Larry Dean, with 66% of the vote, winning by over 7,000 votes. Peach County Sheriff, this is to replace Terry Deese, who announced a good while back that he was retiring, would not run again. He supported Robert Buck Shannon, and Buck Shannon will be the new sheriff in Peach County, defeating Ty Matthews in that race. Taylor County Sheriff John Sawyer, winning by over 1,000 votes. So as we said, a lot of sheriff's races, we've run them down. And in Treutlen County, the incumbent Tommy Corbin proves popular again as he comes away with the win in Treutlen County Sheriff. All right, other races we've been talking about, the new House District 145 seat, that went to Tangi Herring, but House District 143 to succeed James Beverly. James Beverly was quite powerful in the House, announced he would not run again. That opened the seat up, and that seat will soon be filled by Anissa Jones. Let's hear from her.
If we're making sure that we're taking care of our constituents, that they have the money that they need to thrive, they have a safe environment to thrive in, and they're able to ride safely on our infrastructure that we have here in the state, it's just a wonderful symbiotic solution.
All right, so that was Anissa Jones. We talked about Tangi Herring, a very close race in House District 145, a new district created in Macon-Bibb County and Monroe County. A narrow victory over Noah Harbuck. Let's listen to Tangi Herring.
Thank you so much, Ms. Herring, for joining us tonight. We're talking to Ms. Herring. She is the Democratic candidate for House District 145, and she is the projected winner. Tell me about what your emotions were throughout the night.
You know what? I felt just honored to be the candidate that was running for the House District Seat 145, and I am just so thrilled and honored to be representing District 145. And I just want to thank the voters for coming out and putting their casting their vote and letting their voices be heard. I look forward to doing some great work for House District 145, so I'm just honored.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. Tell me about, this is a new seat. There's no example directly in front of you. Tell me about what you plan to do going into this brand new seat.
Listen, I have always stated that this is the people's seat. This was our campaign. And so I look forward to making sure that I bring economic opportunities to our district. I bring health care to our district, education, public safety, lowering our taxes. That has been my message the entire time, and I am there to serve them and make sure that their voices are heard every day under the Gold Dome.
How did you feel seeing that the race was so close, and did you expect it to be?
Hey, I expected it to be. I mean, the voters are coming out in record numbers, so I wasn't surprised, because people are ready for their voices to be heard. But I'm so glad that the people chose me to represent House District 145.
In those first 90 days in the seat, what do you plan to tackle first?
There's so many things that my constituents have told me that are important to them. And so when I get there, I really want to work on making sure we have economic development. I want to focus on education. I want to make sure we have health care. all of those things that they told me that they needed. There's not one particular thing. I want to make sure that I'm there every single day and making sure that I meet their needs and that I'm listening to the constituents who've put me in this position. So that's my job.
Is there anything that you want to say to your opponent, Mr. Noah Harbuck?
I just want to say, congratulations to him, and I wish the best for him.
Anything else you'd like to say to voters?
I just want to thank the voters. I appreciate you putting your trust in me, for seeing me. I appreciate you sticking it out with me through 3 races. And just thank you so much for your vote and for saying that you trust Tangi Herring to do the job for District 145. I truly appreciate it. I don't take it for granted, and I look forward to serving you well.
All right, Tangi Herring, the winner right there, new House District 145. Interesting tidbit we heard about from Gabe Sterling, Georgia Secretary of State's office, saying that over 5.3 million Georgians voted in this election. That included over 4 million early voting and about 1.2 to 1.3 million actually turning out on Election Day. Over 70% of registered voters voted in this election. Some amazing numbers. A lot of folks will attribute that to the fact that the rise in popularity when it comes to early voting, in that more people are now voting early than are actually voting on Election Day by a wide margin, especially in Georgia. Let's check out some more results for you. State House races, District 118. A good night for incumbents. That includes Clint Crow. State House District 128. This race, 49 votes separating. The incumbent, Mac Jackson, beating Tracy Wheeler by 49 votes. House District 142, the incumbent, Miriam Paris, easily winning. House District 143, Anissa Jones, we just heard from her. She defeated Barbara Boyer in the race to succeed James Beverly. House District 144, the incumbent, Dale Washburn, winning handily. House District 145, we heard from Tangi Herring, 251 vote winner over Noah Harbuck. House District 149, Floyd Griffin, the winner over Ken Vance by over 2,000 votes. House District 147, Bethany Ballard defeats Ariel Phillips. The incumbent, Bethany Ballard, will go back. State House District 150, the incumbent, Patty Stinson, trailed early in the race, voting, but then came back to win. And Butch Parrish, the incumbent in State House District 158, is the winner in that race. All right, time now to continue our election coverage. WUSA, Washington, D.C. Let's see what are some of the things they're chatting about on this election day morning, the day after.
All of our kids and grandkids. And for me, the greatest title wasn't governor or senator, it's dad and pop-pop. I also want to thank our incredible campaign staff. Please give them a round of applause. They did an amazing job. And the thousands of volunteers all across the state who worked their butts off. You know, some campaigns drag on for years, but this one was a 9-month sprint. We ran full speed from day one, from early mornings and late nights to every corner of the state, knocking on doors, making calls and meeting voters from Oakland to Ocean City and everywhere in between. And we built a broad coalition of Republicans, Democrats, and independents, and we brought together first responders, police, veterans, longshoremen, teachers, small business owners, young people and retirees, and hardworking families all across the state. This was truly a grassroots campaign. And most of all, I want to thank my fellow Marylanders, especially all those in deep blue Maryland who were willing to put country over party and split their tickets. If the pundits and the politicians were more like the good and decent people that I meet every day on the campaign trail, our country would be so much better off. We got into this race for the right reasons, to fix the broken politics and to put our country on the right track. And we ran the kind of campaign that represents what politics can be and what it should be, driven by the people, not the party bosses, and focused on the issues that actually matter to families all across Maryland. From day one, this was the only campaign in America that reached out to Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike, because that's what it's going to take to solve the serious problems we face. Americans today are thoroughly convinced that we're hopelessly divided, that Washington is completely dysfunctional, and that our entire political system is fundamentally broken. The voices of the exhausted majority are ignored in deference to the demands of the loudest and angriest few who seem hell-bent on tearing America apart. No matter what happens in this election, we as a country must move beyond talking only with those we agree with, and we need to stop dismissing or even hating those we disagree with. We have got to find a way to come together, to listen, and to believe in each other once again, because there really is far more that unites us than divides us. While tonight did not bring the outcome we had hoped for, we can all hold our heads high. I can tell you, we left it all on the field, and I'm so damn proud of the effort. Thank you all. Thank you all. And we proved
All right, election night / election morning 2024. Hello, I'm Frank Malloy, continuing coverage here on the 13 WMAZ Plus. As we wrap up this election day and night, record-breaking election in Georgia as far as number of voters, 5.3 million voters turning out. Over 4 million early voted, about 1.2 million to 1.3 million voted on election day. Over 70% of Georgia registered voters turning out to vote in this election. Just amazing numbers. Show a lot of people were involved or were engaged to vote in this election, and early voting apparently is fueling a lot of that. All right, let's run down some results for you. We've been keeping track of results for you throughout the evening. All these races, of course, are over. Crawford County Sheriff. It was a good night for incumbents in sheriff's races around central Georgia. That includes Lewis Walker over in Crawford County, been in office a long time. Craig Peavy's been the sheriff in Dooley County for a long time. He will remain there. Tomlin Primus has been running the show in Hancock County for many, many years. Houston County, Matt Moulton succeeds the late Sheriff Cullen Talton. Cullen Talton had announced before he passed away he would not run again. Larry Dean, the incumbent in Lawrence County. Now, no incumbent in Peach County. Terry Deese retired. He backed Robert Buck Shannon, and Shannon is the new sheriff-elect in Peach County, defeating Ty Matthews. Taylor County Sheriff John Sawyer is the winner by over 1,000 votes. Fruitland County Sheriff Tommy Corbin, the incumbent, wins by over 1,200 votes against his opponent. Wilkinson County Sheriff took a good while for these results to finally come in, but the incumbent Richard Chapman defeats Chancey Allen by over 1,800 votes in that sheriff's race. All right, time now to check in with some of our other candidates. The one that includes Anissa Jones ran in House District 143 to succeed James Beverly, who decided, to the surprise of many, not to seek re-election. Anissa Jones wins that seat. Let's hear from her.
If we're making sure that we're taking care of our constituents, that they have the money that they need to thrive, they have a safe environment to thrive in, and they're able to ride safely on our infrastructure that we have here in the state, it's just a wonderful symbiotic solution.
So there is Anissa Jones. She will now serve House District 143, taking over for James Beverly as she, when she was Macon Water Authority, and now she moves into the State House. One of the winners, also a winner tonight, House District 145, a new seat that was created. It encompasses Macon-Bibb County and Monroe County. Tangi Herring and Noah Harbuck. It was a tight race throughout the evening hours, decided by less than 300 votes. Tangi Herring, the winner in that race.
Thank you so much, Ms. Herring, for joining us tonight. We're talking to Ms. Herring. She is the Democratic candidate for House District 145, and she is the projected winner. Tell me about what your emotions were throughout the night.
You know what? I felt just honored to be the candidate that was running for the House District Seat 145, and I am just so thrilled and honored to be representing District 145. And I just want to thank the voters for coming out and putting their casting their vote and letting their voices be heard. I look forward to doing some great work for House District 145. So I'm just honored.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. Tell me about, this is a new seat. Mm-hmm. There's no example directly in front of you. Tell me about what you plan to do going into this brand new seat.
Listen, I have always stated that this is the people's seat. This was our campaign. And so I look forward to making sure that I bring economic opportunities to our district. I bring health care to our district, education, public safety, lowering our taxes. That has been my message the entire time, and I am there to serve them and make sure that their voices are heard every day under the Gold Dome.
How did you feel seeing that the race was so close, and did you expect it to be?
Hey, I expected it to be. I mean, the voters are coming out in record numbers, so I was not, I wasn't surprised, because people are ready for their voices to be heard, but I'm so glad that the people chose me to represent House District 145.
In those first 90 days in the seat, what do you plan to tackle first?
there's so many things that my constituents have told me that are important to them. And so when I get there, I really want to work on making sure we have economic development. I want to focus on education. I want to make sure we have health care. All of those things that they told me that they needed, there's not one particular thing. I want to make sure that I'm there every single day and making sure that I meet their needs and that I'm listening to the constituents who've put me in this position. So that's my job.
Is there anything that you want to say to your opponent, Mr. Noah Harbuck?
I just want to say, congratulations to him, and I wish the best for him.
Anything else you'd like to say to voters?
I just want to thank the voters. I appreciate you putting your trust in me, for seeing me. I appreciate you sticking it out with me through 3 races. And just thank you so much for your vote and for saying that you trust Tangi Herring to do the job for District 145. I truly appreciate it. I don't take it for granted, and I look forward to serving you well.
All right, Tangi Herring, the winner in the new seat, House District 145, a very close race with Noah Harbuck right there. There were some close races. A lot of the House District races, though, were not close, as you can see here. Sanford Bishop winning re-election by over 39,000 votes in District 2. Austin Scott winning re-election by over 123,000 votes in District 8. Mike Collins winning by over 100,000 votes in District 10. So the incumbents doing well, and Rick Allen won by over 70,000 votes in District 12. So the incumbents winning. All right, of course, Lori was with our panelists throughout the evening hours, getting a perspective, because you can throw a lot of numbers at you, but then sometimes you have to sit back and say, all right, what does all this mean? Well, let's hear.
It's been wonderful insight that both of our professors have brought us tonight. Thank you so much, Scott Buchanan with Georgia College and State University, Charles Bullock with the University of Georgia. So, a question, and I asked you this a little earlier in the evening, your headline for tonight. Now, Scott, I'm going to start with you this time.
I think I said Trump trending.
Are you going to stick with your headline?
I'm sticking. That's my story. I'm sticking with it.
Okay. Dr. Bullock, how about you?
Well, change, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Vice presidents don't get elected to succeed their predecessor.
Wow. Okay.
It's only happened 4 times in our American history.
Okay.
2 of those were our first 2 vice presidents. Then Martin Van Buren in 1836, and the only one in anybody's lifetime was George W.H. Bush, who did get elected to succeed Reagan.
Wow.
But this is not the way to become president.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're vice president, you have a good shot of moving up because your boss dies.
Okay.
So 11 vice presidents have moved up because the top job opened.
Sure.
But serving as vice president and then saying, well, I'll run for it, my boss, that didn't get you there.
I wonder why that is. That's some great historical perspective. What do you think?
I think it's because you bear whatever burdens that people don't like about what happened in the administration you were there, and yet you were number 2, so you weren't calling the shots.
Okay.
But you take the arrows that
take
get shot
the
at you,
arrows,
right?
take the
Yeah.
heat for that. Yeah, you would agree.
I would agree, and it's not over yet. But to base off of what Chuck just said, there was a poll out yesterday that how many 2/3 of Americans roughly said that they thought the economy was going in the wrong direction, the country going in the wrong direction. It was not a Harris-Trump poll. It was just a state of the nation sort of poll. And I think if you don't like the way things are going right now, well, Harris represents the Biden years.
Right. Thank you so much for all of your insight today. You guys have been fabulous. Thank you so much. I learned a lot.
All right, thank you, Lori. All right, CBS News has now declared Pennsylvania goes to Donald Trump. That would push him up to 265 electoral votes, only 5 more, and Donald Trump will be president-elect again, served for 4 years, lost to Joe Biden 4 years ago, and it appears he is headed back to the White House. Pennsylvania goes to former President Trump again, now at 265 as far as electoral votes go. Well, results to toss at you right now. House District 144, Dale Washburn won by 13,000 votes over Anita Highland, the incumbent. House District 145, that was the very close race between Tangi Herring and Noah Harbuck. decided by 251 votes. House District 149, the margin of victory for Floyd Griffin, probably surprising a lot of people as he defeats Ken Vance by over 2,000 votes. House District 147, Bethany Ballard, the incumbent, will go back for 2 more years, defeating Ariel Phillips by almost 4,000 votes. House District 150, Patty Stinson, the incumbent, winning by over 3,000 votes as she is reelected. House District 158, the incumbent Butch Parrish wins by over 11,000 votes. House District 118, Clint Crow, the incumbent, wins by nearly 11,000 votes. In House District 128, one of the closest races we've seen, Mac Jackson and Tracy Wheeler. All the votes are in. Mac Jackson wins by less than 50 votes. House District 142, Miriam Paris wins re-election by over 5,000 votes against Calvin Palmer. Anissa Jones succeeding James Beverly, winning the House District 143 seat by over 5,000 votes, matched up against Barbara Boyer in that particular race. All right, Peach County Sheriff Buck Shannon is the sheriff-elect. He'll succeed Terry Deese. Terry Deese supported Buck Shannon. We interviewed Sheriff-elect Shannon a while ago before the final results became known, so keep that in context as you listen to this interview.
And so Peach, like I said, is still one of those counties waiting to be called, but polls are showing that you're leading. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good about leading the polls at this point.
And so Sheriff Deese was here, one of the many people who were here supporting you. He's made it clear through this entire election process that you have been the candidate that he has been behind. How does that make you feel knowing that you have his support?
Makes me feel real great from a great guy like him. I worked for him over 25 years.
That was Carmen Brown interviewing Sheriff-elect Buck Shannon before he knew he was the sheriff-elect, talking about his close personal relationship with the outgoing Sheriff Terry Deese, who decided a while back it was time to take it easy, sit back, enjoy the grandkids, and would not run again. But he will be succeeded by a man who he has worked with for more than 20 years, and that would be Buck Shannon. On the other big sheriff's race a lot of folks are interested in, Houston County Sheriff, the late Cullen Talton. He will be succeeded by the man he supported, Matt Moulton. Let's hear from Matt Moulton, Sheriff-elect, Houston County.
No, for you, what do you think you can attribute to the success of this election?
I think just the support of the voters. You know, they were asked early on this year to support me, to trust and believe in me. They took a chance on me, and they did, and they showed up big at the polls, and here we are tonight. So I look forward to serving the citizens of Houston County for the next 4 years and hopefully a lot longer after that.
And for you, you've got a little bit of time between now and January. I mean, what are you going to do now or maybe in the near future to start preparing for the new role?
The Georgia Sheriff's Association has a sheriff-elect school for new sheriffs in the state of Georgia. So I will be leaving Sunday to go to Madison, Georgia, to the Georgia Sheriff's Association headquarters, and I'll attend the 4-week class in Madison for new sheriffs. So I'll be doing that and then make it home in time for Christmas. We'll get through the holidays and we'll hit the ground running January 1st.
Always learning new things. Did not know they had a school for new sheriffs. Matt Moulton will be going to that. I guess Buck Shannon, Peach County will also be going to that. We'll continue to throw results at you. We are kind of waiting around right now. It appears that Donald Trump is getting ready to speak to his supporters. Even though it is 2:13 in the morning, his supporters down in Florida are all waiting to hear from him. So we're kind of counting down, waiting to see when former President Trump will come out to address his supporters. Everyone seems to think it will be shortly. We've been talking about sheriff's races. Larry Dean ran against Tyler Jackson. Larry Dean will retain the sheriff's badge. Lawrence County Superior Court Clerk Tanya Rogers defeated Beatrice Williams by about 8,000 votes there in Lawrence County. Dodge County Commission District 2, Leanne Cobb Green avoiding a runoff, winning there over Melvin Hodge, Tommy Thomas, and Alan Mills. The Dodge County Splost. The Splosts have been popular, and the Splost in Dodge County wins by over 900 votes. Dodge County Distilled Spirit sales, several of these were up on ballots around central Georgia. The folks in Dodge County said yes. Telfair County Coroner Chuck Fay, the winner for the Telfair County Coroner's seat. Telfair County Commission District 3, Douglas Perkins, the winner by over 700 votes over Jimmy Tucker. Troutland County Sheriff, the incumbent Tommy Corbin, re-elected with 71% of the votes from the folks in Troutland County. So again, working. All right, well, looks like President Trump, former President Trump has not come out yet. We seem to think he will be shortly. But for right now, we're going to keep running results here on 13 WMAZ+. We'll be back with you later. All right, welcome back. We told you we thought that former President Trump was getting ready to speak in the early morning hours. We now take you down to Florida. Donald Trump, a big night for him, and he's getting ready to speak as he's taken the stage. And let's listen in.
I did hear them also introduce his vice presidential pick, along with Usha Vance, his wife.
There's Don Jr.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Be an American where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. and his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Ushabez. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen, he really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice maiden, we call her the ice maiden. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around, and it was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning, and I'm saying only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. And it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. We have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, there you see former President Donald Trump with his...
You've been listening to what amounted to a victory speech by former President Donald Trump, claiming victory tonight, which would make him the 45th president and then the 47th president. Touched on a variety of themes, talked about turning the country around, talked about promises made, promises kept. That would be his motto. Also talked about a historic coalition of voters that helped get him back to the White House, speaking down there at West Palm Beach. And so that's pretty much a capper on the early morning hours. Former President Trump almost speaking until 3 o'clock in the morning. We're now going to continue putting results up right here on our stream on 13 WMAZ Plus. Election night and election morning 2024. Thanks for staying with us.
Well, good morning and thank you for joining us. I'm Caitlin Heck. It is now the morning after election night and a busy night it has been. A lot has happened overnight. We're going to go through a lot of those election results for you. We're going to start with a couple of our races right now that we're going to pull up those results. Houston County Sheriff Matt Moulton winning that race over Arthur Harris with 59% of the vote. Moulton will lead Houston County as the first new sheriff in Houston for the first time in more than 50 years. Crawford County Sheriff's race, Lewis Walker will take that, 74% of the vote last night over Gene Parker. Moving on to Hancock County Sheriff's race, we have Tomlin Primus with 67% of the vote. The incumbent there, he will keep his seat. We also have the Lawrence County Sheriff, incumbent Larry Dean, keeping his seat as well over opponent Tyler Jackson. Dean getting 66% of the vote. Peach County Robert Shannon taking 60% of the vote there over Ty Matthews. He will now lead Peach County Sheriff's Office. Treutlen County Sheriff, a lot of sheriff's races to get through. We have Tommy Corbin, the incumbent, keeping his seat over Kyle Strickland, the challenger. Corbin keeping with an overwhelming 71% of the vote. Our last sheriff's race we're going to talk about now, Richard Chapman keeping his seat as Wilkinson County Sheriff with 69% of the vote. House District 143, also a very tight race. The shifted district includes parts of Bibb and Houston counties. Democrat Anissa Jones won against Republican challenger Barbara Boyer. Jones replaces James Beverly, who is the state House Minority Leader. Here's Jones reacting to her win.
If we're making sure that we're taking care of our constituents, that they have the money that they need to thrive, they have a safe environment to thrive in, and they're able to ride safely on our infrastructure that we have here in the state, it's just a wonderful symbiotic solution.
Moving on to the new House District 145 seat, Democrat Tangi Herring won that race. Naomi Washington sat down with her to hear her vision for the district. That district includes North Bibb and South Monroe counties.
Thank you so much, Ms. Herring, for joining us tonight. We're talking to Ms. Herring. She is the Democratic candidate for House District 145, and she is the projected winner. Tell me about what your emotions were throughout the night.
You know what? I felt just honored to be the candidate that was running for the House District Seat 145, and I am just so thrilled and honored to be representing District 145, and I just want to thank the voters for coming out and putting their casting their vote and letting their voices be heard. I look forward to doing some great work for House District 145, so I'm just honored.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. Tell me about, this is a new seat. There's no example directly in front of you. Tell me about what you plan to do going into this brand new seat.
Listen, I have always stated that this is the people's seat. This was our campaign. And so I look forward to making sure that I bring economic opportunities to our district. I bring health care to our district, education, public safety, lowering our taxes. That has been my message the entire time, and I am there to serve them and make sure that their voices are heard every day under the Gold Dome.
How did you feel seeing that the race was so close, and did you expect it to be?
Hey, I expected it to be. I mean, the voters are coming out in record numbers, so I wasn't surprised because people are ready for their voices to be heard, but I'm so glad that the people chose me to represent House District 145.
In those first 90 days in the seat, what do you plan to tackle first?
There's so many things that my constituents have told me that are important to them. And so when I get there, I really want to work on making sure we have economic development. I want to focus on education. I want to make sure we have health care. All of those things that they told me that they needed, there's not one particular thing. I want to make sure that I'm there every single day and making sure that I meet their needs and that I'm listening to the constituents who've put me in this position. So that's my job.
Is there anything that you want to say to your opponent, Mr. Noah Harbuck?
I just want to say, congratulations to him, and I wish the best for him.
Anything else you'd like to say to voters?
I just want to thank the voters. I appreciate you putting your trust in me, for seeing me. I appreciate you sticking it out with me through 3 races, and just thank you so much for your vote and for saying that you trust Tangi Herring to do the job for District 145. I truly appreciate it. I don't take it for granted, and I look forward to serving you well.
Georgians certainly making their voices heard this election. We had some record turnout here in the state. 5.3 million voters turned out to cast ballots. We had 4 million just in early voting alone, so over 1 million voters went to the polls yesterday. Gabriel Sterling with the Secretary of State's office reporting those numbers. That is 73% of active voters here in the state of Georgia. Really goes to show the popularity of early voting now and that every vote really does count. Now we're going to take a look at some other election results right now. We've been tracking these overnight. The homestead exemption constitutional amendment that you voted on, 63% saying yes to that. Also on the ballot, the state tax court constitutional amendment, a little bit tighter, 52% voted yes. Personal property tax exemption referendum, 65% of voters said that yes, they would like that. U.S. House District 2, Sanford Bishop keeping his seat with 56% of the vote to his challenger Wayne Johnson, who had 41%. Austin Scott keeping his seat as the House District 8 representative, and Mike Collins keeping his seat as well, 63% of the vote last night for House District 10 in that race. U.S. House District 12, Rick Allen also keeping his seat, 60% of the vote to challenger Liz Johnson. Now, we heard from two expert panelists all throughout the night as these results were coming in. They gave us some insight on these important races and the results. Our Lori Johnson sat down with political science professor Charles Bullock from the University of Georgia and Georgia College and State University Professor Scott Buchanan. Here's what they had to say.
It's been wonderful insight that both of our professors have brought us tonight. Thank you so much, Scott Buchanan with Georgia College and State University, Charles Bullock with the University of Georgia. So, a question, and I asked you this a little earlier in the evening, your headline for tonight. Now, Scott, I'm going to start with you this time.
I think I said Trump trending.
Are you going to stick with your headline?
I'm sticking. That's my story. I'm sticking with it.
Okay. Dr. Bullock, how about you?
Want to change, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Vice presidents don't get elected to succeed their predecessor.
Wow. Okay.
It's only happened 4 times in our American history.
Okay.
2 of those were our first 2 vice presidents. Then Martin Van Buren in 1836, and the only one in anybody's lifetime was George W.H. Bush, who did get elected to succeed Reagan.
Wow.
But this is not the way to become president.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're vice president, you have a good shot of moving up because your boss dies.
Okay.
So 11 vice presidents have moved up because the top job opened.
Sure.
But serving as vice president and then saying, well, I'll run for it, my boss, that ain't get you there.
I wonder why that is. That's some great historical perspective. What do you think?
I think it's because you bear whatever burdens that people don't like about what happened in the administration you were there, and yet you were number 2, so you weren't calling the shots.
Okay.
But you take the arrows that get
Take
shot
the
at you,
arrows,
right?
take the
Yeah.
heat for that. Yeah, you would agree.
I would agree, and it's not over yet. But to base off of what Chuck just said, there was a poll out yesterday that how many 2/3 of Americans roughly said that they thought the economy was going in the wrong direction, the country going in the wrong direction. It was not a Harris-Trump poll. It was just a state of the nation sort of poll. And I think if you don't like the way things are going right now, well, Harris represents the Biden years.
Right. Thank you so much for all of your insight today. You guys have been fabulous. Thank you so much. I learned a lot.
Definitely some great insight. Now, we're going to turn to some local races. Now, Arcelian Arif spoke to the winner of the Houston County Sheriff's race. That is Matt Moulton, as we told you just a few minutes ago. He will succeed the late Cullen Talton after Talton served Houston County for more than 50 years. Moulton shared with us some of his next steps before taking office.
And no, for you, what do you think you can attribute to the success of this election?
I think just the support of the voters. You know, they were asked early on this year to support me, to trust and believe in me. They took a chance on me, and they did, and they showed up big at the polls, and here we are tonight. So I look forward to serving the citizens of Houston County for the next 4 years and hopefully a lot longer after that.
And for you, you've got a little bit of time between now and January. I mean, what are you going to do now or maybe in the near future to start preparing for the new role?
The Georgia Sheriff's Association has a sheriff-elect school for new sheriffs in the state of Georgia. So I will be leaving Sunday to go to Madison, Georgia, to the Georgia Sheriff's Association headquarters, and I'll attend the 4-week class in Madison for new sheriffs. So I'll be doing that and then make it home in time for Christmas. We'll get through the holidays and we'll hit the ground running January 1st.
The first new sheriff in Houston County in over 50 years. Earlier in the night, our Carmen Brown was tracking the Peach County Sheriff's race. She spoke with the winner of that race, Robert Buck Shannon, and here's what he had to say when he had a strong lead early in the night.
And so Peach, like I said, is still one of those counties waiting to be called, but polls are showing that you're leading. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good about leading the polls at this point.
And so Sheriff Deese was here, one of the many people who were here supporting you. He's made it clear through this entire election process that you have been the candidate that he has been behind. How does that make you feel knowing that you have his support?
Makes me feel real great from a great guy like him. I worked for him over 25 years.
Now we're going to talk about some other House races right now and some of our local races, starting with House District 118. Clint Crow getting 67% of the vote to keep his seat in that race. Moving on, we have House District 128. Mac Johnson, a very tight race there, only separated by less than 100 votes, it looks like. Miriam Paris keeping her seat in the House District 142 seats, 60% of the vote there. State House District 143, Anissa Jones getting that seat with 62% of the vote. And moving on to House District 144, Dale Washburn keeping his seat with an overwhelming 74% of the vote. And then the new House District 145, you heard from Tangi Herring earlier, very close race there as well, but Tangi becoming the winner of that race. State House District 149, the winner here, Floyd Griffin, getting 55% of the vote, another tight race. And State House District 147, Bethany Ballard keeping her seat in that race as well, 57% of the vote. State House District 150, Patty Stinson keeping her seat, Democrat there, 56% of the vote. House District 158, Butch Paris keeping his seat. A lot of people keeping their seats in this race, 73% of the votes there. Of course, there are so many other results to get to. We have them streaming now on 13 WMAZ+. We're going to let you take a look at those.
Hey, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Do you want me sitting? Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check.
Oh, wow, I got an email from one of my ninth grade teachers.
What'd she say?
She was like, I was so excited to see you on TV.
Aww. No, you're good. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool beans.
And a good Wednesday morning, and thank you for joining us. It is the morning after election night. A lot has happened and a lot of race results to report. So let's get right to it. Let's see where things stand right now. Taking a look at the Houston County Sheriff race, Matt Moulton against Arthur Harris, winning 59% of the vote. Both of these candidates, of course, have extensive law enforcement background, but about 15,000 voters, a difference there. House District, or Crawford County Sheriff, I should say, Lewis Walker, winning 74% of that vote. Gene Parker only getting 26%. That's about 2,100 votes there for the Crawford County Sheriff. Hancock County Sheriff Tomlin Primus getting 67% of the vote, a difference of about 1,400 votes there. Frank Meats with 33% of the votes for Hancock County Sheriff. How about Lawrence County Sheriff Larry Dean, 66%, no surprise there. Tyler Jackson getting 34% of the vote, a difference of about 7,200 votes there, about 15,000 or so people voting for the incumbent there. Peach County Sheriff Robert Buck Shannon getting 60% of the vote. Both of these candidates have extensive backgrounds in law enforcement, a difference of about 2,500 votes for the Peach County Sheriff. In Trutland County, we have Tommy Corbin with 71% of the vote, winning there, difference 1,200. More than 1,200 votes there. He was running against Kyle Strickland with 29% of the vote. Tommy getting about 2,100 votes there. Well, House District 145 was a tight race. The shifted district includes parts of Bibb and Houston County. Democrat Anissa Jones won against Republican challenger Barbara Boyer. Jones replaces James Beverly, who was the state House Minority Leader. Here's Jones reacting to her win and what she plans to focus on in office.
If we're making sure that we're taking care of our constituents, that they have the money that they need to thrive, they have a safe environment to thrive in, and they're able to ride safely on our infrastructure that we have here in the state, it's just a wonderful symbiotic solution.
Well, some record turnout in the state. 5.3 million voters turned out for the 2024 general election. Gabe Sterling with the Secretary of State's office is reporting those numbers. That's 73% of active voters who turned out in this election. It really goes to show the popularity of early voting and that every vote does count. More results for you right now. These for the state ballot questions in U.S. House races. We'll begin with the Homestead Exemption Constitutional Amendment. 63% of voters voting yes for this, the Homestead Exemption Constitutional Amendment. 37% saying no. State Tax Court Constitutional Amendment, 52% winning this, saying yes, 48% saying no, a difference of about 161,000 voters. And this issue, Personal Property Tax Exemption Referendum, 65% winning, saying yes, 35% saying no, more than 1 million voters making the difference for this yes vote here. How about U.S. House District number 2, Sanford Bishop, no surprise there, winning 56% of the vote, a difference of nearly 40,000 voters. He got 175,000 votes. Now we move on to House District 8 with Austin Scott winning with 69% of the vote. A big difference here, 123,000 votes. Darius Butler only getting 31% of the vote. U.S. House District 10, Mike Collins winning 63%. Lexi Dougherty with only 37%. She got 149,000 votes. Mike Collins getting 256,000 votes. He wins this race. U.S. House District 12 leading by 70,000 votes, more than 70,000 votes. Rick Allen, 60% of the vote, 205 people voting for him. Liz Johnson is defeated by Rick Allen with only 40% of the vote there. Well, Arceline Arif spoke to the winner of the Houston County Sheriff's race, Matt Moulton. This is a closely watched race. He will succeed the late Colin Talton after Talton served Houston County for more than 50 years. Moulton shared with us some of his next steps before taking office.
No, for you, what do you think you can attribute to the success of this election?
I think just the support of the voters. You know, they were asked early on this year to support me, to trust and believe in me. They took a chance on me, and they did, and they showed up big at the polls, and here we are tonight. So I look forward to serving the citizens of Houston County for the next 4 years and hopefully a lot longer after that.
And for you, you've got a little bit of time between now and January. I mean, what are you going to do now or maybe in the near future to start preparing for the new role?
The Georgia Sheriff's Association has a sheriff-elect school for new sheriffs in the state of Georgia. So I will be leaving Sunday to go to Madison, Georgia, to the Georgia Sheriff's Association headquarters, and I'll attend the 4-week class in Madison for new sheriffs. So I'll be doing that and then make it home in time for Christmas. We'll get through the holidays and we'll hit the ground running January 1st.
Yeah, Matt Moulton there in Houston County, the first sheriff in 50 years in that county. Well, earlier in the night, our Carmen Brown was tracking the Peach County Sheriff's race. She spoke with the winner of that race, Robert Buckshannon. Here's what he said when he had a strong lead, but votes were still being counted.
And so Peach, like I said, is still one of those counties waiting to be called, but polls are showing that you're leading. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good about leading the polls at this point.
And so Sheriff Deese was here, one of the many people who were here supporting you. He's made it clear through this entire election process that you have been the candidate that he has been behind. How does that make you feel knowing that you have his support?
Makes me feel real great from a great guy like him. I worked for him over 25 years.
All right, well, let's get more results now. These for the State House. We got a lot of results to go through this morning. State House District 118, Clint Crow winning this with 67% of the vote. Sharonda Bell, only 33% of the vote. A difference here, a little less than 11,000 votes for State House District. Now we move on to State House District 128, candidate leading by just 49 votes. Razor thin margin here. Mac Jackson, 50% of the vote. It's a tie. Tracy Wheeler, 50% of the vote. Yeah, again, very, very tight margin there. State House District 142, Marianne Paris leading 60% of the vote with 15,000 people voting for her. Calvin Palmer, 40%. Difference here of about nearly 5,500 votes for House District 142. House District 143, Anissa Jones with 62% of the vote. Barbara Boyer with only 38% of the vote, a difference of about 5,000 votes. 13,000 or so voters voting for Anissa, only 8,100 voting for the opponent. State House District 144, Dale Washburn winning 74% of the vote. 20,000 people voting for him. Anita Highland, 26%. Only about 72 or so hundred people voting for her in State House District. State House District 145, Tangi Herring winning this one, 50% of the race. 13,000 votes for her. Noah Harbuck, 50% of the race. This one was also a tight one, 251 votes, the difference there. Very, very tight race. State House 145, Floyd Griffin with 55% of the vote. Ken Vance with 45% of the vote. 2,300 votes making the difference there for Floyd Griffin, who has the 55 percentage. State House District 145, Bethany Ballard winning this one with 57% of the vote. About 16,000 people voting for her. Ariel Phillips, 43%. A difference here of about 3,900 votes for State House District 145. We move to State House District 150, Patty Stinson winning with 56% of the vote. Carrie Moore with just 44%. A difference of about 3,100 votes, 1,500 people voting for Patty Stinson. House District 158, Butch Parish, 73% of the vote there. Madeline Smith with only 27% of the vote for House District 158. Stay with us for more results only on 13 WMAZ+. We're back in a little while with more.
Mic check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Good morning and thank you for joining us. It is the morning after election night. A lot has happened, a lot of race results to report this morning. So let's take a look at where things are standing right now. Take a look at some of the race results. Houston County Sheriff Matt Moulton winning that race. He will become the new sheriff in Houston County, the first one in over 50 years. Next up, we have the Crawford County Sheriff's race. Lewis Walker taking that with 74% of the vote in Crawford County. A lot of sheriff races to get to. Next, we're going to take a look at the Hancock County Sheriff race. Tom Primus taking 67% of the vote to keep his seat there in Hancock County. Also, Lawrence County Sheriff race, Larry Dean with 66% of the vote to keep his seat as the top law enforcement officer in Lawrence County. Peach County Sheriff Robert Shannon taking that race with 60% of the vote last night. And over in next race, we have Trutland County Sheriff Tommy Corbin with 71% of the vote, also keeping his seat there in those races. Wilkinson County Sheriff Richard Chapman, the incumbent, keeping his seat in the Wilkinson County Sheriff's race. Moving on to House District 143, the shifted district includes parts of Bibb and Houston counties. Democrat Anissa Jones won against Republican challenger Barbara Boyer. Jones replaces James Beverly, who was the State House Minority Leader. Here's Jones reacting to her win and what she'll focus on when in office.
If we're making sure that we're taking care of our constituents, that they have the money that they need to thrive, they have a safe environment to thrive in, and they're able to ride safely on our infrastructure that we have here in the state, it's just a wonderful symbiotic solution.
There was some record turnout here in the state of Georgia. 5.3 million voters turned out for the 2024 election. Gabriel Sterling with the Secretary of State's office reporting those numbers. That's 73% of active voters who turned out this election. It really shows the popularity of early voting. We had over 4 million early voters here in the state, and that every vote really does count. Taking a look at some more election results right now, these for the state ballot questions in U.S. House races. First, the Homestead Exemption Constitutional Amendment, 63% of voters saying yes to that. And also on your ballot, the State Tax Court Constitutional Amendment, 52% saying yes to that amendment. And the personal property tax exemption referendum, 65% of voters said yes on their ballots. Moving on to U.S. House District 2, Sanford Bishop keeping his seat in a race with Wayne Johnson. He got 56% of the vote. House District 8, incumbent Austin Scott still representing that district with 69% of the votes. Also, we have the District 10 race. Mike Collins, again, keeping his seat, 63% of the vote in yesterday's election there. House District 12, incumbent Rick Allen will keep his seat with 60% of the vote in the race. Our Solene Arrow spoke to the winner of the Houston County Sheriff's race, Matt Moulton, who we told you about a few minutes ago. He will succeed the late Colin Talton after Talton served Houston County for more than 50 years. Moulton shared with us some of his next steps before taking office.
No, for you, what do you think you can attribute to the success of this election?
I think just the support of the voters. You know, they were asked early on this year to support me, to trust and believe in me. They took a chance on me, and they did, and they showed up big at the polls, and here we are tonight. So I look forward to serving the citizens of Houston County for the next 4 years and hopefully a lot longer after that.
And for you, you've got a little bit of time between now and January. I mean, what are you going to do now or maybe in the near future to start preparing for the new role?
The Georgia Sheriff's Association has a sheriff-elect school for new sheriffs in the state of Georgia. So I will be leaving Sunday to go to Madison, Georgia, to the Georgia Sheriff's Association headquarters, and I'll attend the 4-week class in Madison for new sheriffs. So I'll be doing that and then make it home in time for Christmas. We'll get through the holidays and we'll hit the ground running January 1st.
Now, earlier in the night, our Carmen Brown was tracking the Peach County Sheriff's race. She spoke with the winner of that race, Robert Buck Shannon. Here's what he said when he had a strong lead, but votes were still being counted.
And so Peach, like I said, is still one of those counties waiting to be called, but polls are showing that you're leading. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good about leading the polls at this point.
And so Sheriff Deese was here, one of the many people who were here supporting you. He's made it clear through this entire election process that you have been the candidate that he has been behind. How does that make you feel knowing that you have his support?
Makes me feel real great from a great guy like him. I worked for him over 25 years.
Taking a look at some other results right now, these for State House. In District 118, Clint Crow keeping his seat with 67% of the vote with voters there yesterday. House District 128, Mac Johnson keeping his seat. A very close race there, 50% of the vote, only separated by less than 100 it appears. House District 142, Miriam Paris keeping her seat, 60% of the vote there. Also, we have the House District 143, Anissa Jones taking this new seat, 62% of the vote over Barbara Boyer in that race. House District 144, Dale Washburn will keep his seat. He got 74% of the vote yesterday. And then the other new district, 145, Tangi Herring, another close race there, separating her and Noah Harbuck, but Tangi Herring declared the winner in the House District 145 race. House District 149, Floyd Griffin taking that race with 55% of the votes over Ken Vance, who got 45%. And State House District 147, Bethany Ballard keeping her seat there, 57% of the vote in that district. Also, State House District 150, Patty Stinson keeping her seat, 56% of the vote in that district, 150. 158, Butch Paris keeping his seat, 73% of the vote over his challenger. Well, we thank you so much for staying up with us on this election night and all throughout the night on 13 WMAZ+. Our morning crew is here. We're going to lead you into a new day here in Georgia and across the country. We'll share how the races shook out in central Georgia and what happens next. Stay with us. We'll have more results, analysis, and reporting from our crew in a little bit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Now at 5 this morning, new overnight results to report. The latest projections show America's expected presidential-elect.
The sheriff of Houston County is a sheriff for everybody.
And plenty of local races to report. Next, we'll hear from the winners in key sheriff and state house races.
13 WMAZ morning starts now on this day after the election. It has been a long morning to say the least. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Frederick Price.
I'm Caitlin Heck.
We do have a lot of results to get to. New this morning, we can report former President Donald Trump has a strong lead over Vice President Kamala Harris.
The former president currently at 267 electoral college votes. The winner needs, of course, 270. If Trump wins any of the remaining 6 states that are out, he will clinch the nomination. He has leads in 5 of those states.
So in the race here in Georgia, the Associated Press calling that race after midnight. The Associated Press calling that race after midnight. I mean, obviously it was a closely watched race, and Georgia getting 51% of the vote, Kamala Harris getting 49% of the vote here in Georgia for the presidential race.
Now we're going to dive a lot deeper into that and the election results here in Georgia, plus look from across the country. For now, we're going to send it over to Alex Pry with a look at our forecast for today.
It's obviously the election, the main talk today, but still, we have some actually organized rain for all of central Georgia today. So it is good news on the weather end of things. And right now, taking a start over in downtown Dublin right now, temperatures already around the 70-degree mark. So this is definitely warmer than the past couple of mornings, but this is in light of some cloud coverage. And we're not going to see too much variation in these temperatures today because of the cloud cover and the rain showers, allowing for those high temperatures to run a little bit cooler. So that's the trade-off with this morning low temperatures, and also some patchy fog already along the eastern edge of central Georgia and over in Taylor County as well. A little bit dense over there, limiting some visibility. But here's that cloud cover I was talking about continuing to build in from the south. And this is going to be the direction our rain showers do build in from later on. So as we go throughout today, a foggy morning going to lead to widespread rain later on in the afternoon. 78 degrees is the high temperature, so a little bit above average, but still at least it's below the 80s, which we did climb into yesterday. So the steady rain will continue to settle in for today and tomorrow, and then it will hang around a little bit into the weekend, but going to become more scattered in nature. We'll talk about it all and time it all out coming up in just a few.
All right, Alex, thank you. The big question of the day, who will become the next president of the United States? Both candidates, of course, kept a very close eye on Georgia this election season, holding several rallies and bus tours. You can see here more than 117,000 votes separating both Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump as these results are still coming in. Now, we want to take a look at what exactly happened in the polls here in Georgia and also here in central Georgia. Now, again, 117,000 votes separating the two. If we look back here at the 2020 race, you can see obviously a much bigger margin this go around. President Biden winning by just under 12,000 votes in the 2020 election. Now we're going to go over to this race again and see here. I want you to take a look at these blue areas. This is where President Biden won in 2020. We switch here back to the 2024 race. That cluster is gone. So those are the only 3 counties that flipped here in Georgia. Baldwin, Washington, and Jefferson counties all switched from blue to red in this election. Now let's take a look at central Georgia. Let's take a look at how you voted and see what we have here. Now we have Bibb County here, typically leans blue, Democrat, no surprises here in this race. Houston County, the same, typically leans red. You see not an overwhelming margin in either one of those counties. Really, in Houston County, almost an identical when you go back to the 2020 race, some almost identical numbers there. Now we're going to take a look at Macon and Hancock counties. Those 2 counties, Macon and both of those going to Harris. Harris getting 58% of the vote this go around. Hancock getting 67.5% of the vote. Going back to the 2020 race, you see President Biden had a little more of a commanding lead in the 2020 race than Vice President Kamala Harris did this go around. Now you can really see that a little bit better when we turn on what's called the heat feature here. Okay, so I want to start with the Democratic counties here in central Georgia. So Macon, Bibb, Hancock. And you see here in the 2020 presidential race, the lighter the shade, the less of a commanding lead that candidate has. Okay, so when we go here to the 2024 race, we skip to those Democratic races, you can see those shades are a little bit lighter, meaning that Harris didn't quite have as much of a commanding lead as President Biden did in 2020. Switching to the Republican side, kind of the opposite here, okay? So we take a look. This is the 2024 race. You can see the darker shades of red in a big portion of our counties. Switching back to the 2020 race and the Republican side, you can see those red shades are a little bit lighter, indicating that President Trump was able to get more support this go round. Now, did that trend transfer to the rest of the state? We're going to take a look at that and some other statewide trends coming up in our next half hour.
Caitlin, thank you. 5:05 now. With all the work to bring voters out for the 2024 election, Houston County Election Supervisor Andy Holland weighed in on the processes.
That it was really smooth. This was a big election. Presidential elections are always tough. 2020 especially was hard for some different reasons because of COVID and the situation that put us in. But this one, we geared up a lot for it. We were prepared for it. We made some changes to our procedures.
Well, moving from the White House to Capitol Hill, we had 4 U.S. House seats up for grabs in Georgia. So we're going to take a look at C2. Sanford Bishop winning against Wayne Johnson. Sanford Bishop has had this spot since about the 1990s, 56% of the vote there. Now we have Austin Scott for U.S. House District 8 getting 69% of the vote. Darius Butler only getting about 31%. Difference of votes there, 123,000 people. U.S. House District number 10, Mike Collins winning this one with 63% of the vote. Democrat Lexi Dougherty with only 37% of voters, and U.S. House District 10. U.S. House District 12, Rick Allen winning this one also. 60% of the vote going to Rick Allen. Democrat Liz Johnson getting 40% of voters there.
Taking a look now at some other races for the Gold Dome, starting with House District 147. Bethany Ballard keeping her seat with 57% of the vote in her district. Also, we have seat 149 and a state house district there. Floyd Griffin getting 55% of the vote to Ken Vance's 45%. He leads by about 2,300 votes. State House District 150, Patty Stinson keeping her seat as the Democrat there, 56% of the vote. And for seat 158, we have Butch Paris getting 73% of the vote to keep his seat over his Democratic challenger.
Well, another Georgia House winner was Anissa Jones. She won the vote with 61.8%. We spoke to her and asked what she thinks voters resonated with.
If inflation is going up 4%, then everybody's money needs to go up 4% to meet those demands so that people can feed their families each day. So I think those are the things that were resonating with most folks. Folks want to see Central Georgia really thrive and do well, and I'm going to work well with all the community leaders, both in Houston County and Macon-Bibb, to make sure that happens.
Of course, we also followed some very big sheriff's races. The biggest one we've been following this year in Houston County. For the first time in 50 years, someone else takes that position. Matt Moulton won the election by 59.4% over Arthur Harris. Moulton says the reliability of the sheriff's office will only improve from here.
The sheriff of Houston County is a sheriff for everybody. When you call 911, we don't ask you who you voted for. We're going to send deputies to help you. Nothing's going to change as far as that goes. The level of professionalism that they've experienced from the sheriff's office is going to continue, and it's going to improve.
Several other counties were also voting for their next sheriff.
Let's take a look at some of the races to see which counties now have a new sheriff. In Crawford County, Lewis Walker getting 74% of the vote against Gene Parker with 26% of difference there, about 2,100 voters.
Dooley County, we have Craig Peavy getting 80% of the vote there to keep his seat as the Dooley County Sheriff over Chuck Gordon.
Now to Hancock County, Tomlin Primus winning 67% of the vote against Frank Meeks with 33% there. Difference there of about 1,400 votes.
Over in Lawrence County, Larry Dean will keep his seat as the Lawrence County Sheriff, winning over Tyler Jackson with 66% of the vote.
Now we move on to Peach County. Robert Buck Shannon. This has been a closely watched one too, winning the vote with 60% of the vote against Ty Matthews, who had 40% of the vote.
Over in Taylor County, the sheriff's race there, John Sawyer winning with 65% of the vote over Tommy Fowler.
Now we move on to Troutland County. Tommy Corbin winning with 71% there, a difference of about 1,200 voters. Kyle Strickland getting only 29% of the vote for the Troutland County Sheriff race.
Last but not least, Wilkinson County Sheriff's race. Richard Chapman will keep his seat. He got 69% of the vote to challenger Chancey Allen. Now later this morning, Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger will talk on the steps of the Georgia Capitol about the election here in Georgia.
That conference comes up at 10 this morning. Of course, you can stream that with us on 13 WMAZ+.
13 WMAZ weather, sponsored by Vera of Central Georgia.
5:09 on this busy Wednesday morning. As we saw yesterday, hundreds of Georgians headed to the polls The weather for the most part cloudy, but we didn't see that much rain. However, today a much different story.
Exactly, and everyone that has been so patient for the rain, I know everyone didn't get those showers that we did see in a couple areas on Monday. Looks like everyone is going to get their fill of rain, whether it's going to be a light, steady shower or some heavier showers embedded within the swath of moisture that is approaching. But right now over downtown Macon, it is a little bit of a foggy start and some clouds in the air. That's what's creating temperatures at 70 degrees right now. So this is normally getting on up there to what our high temperatures are in the fall time, but this are the morning lows this morning, so not going to see much temperature variation over the next day or two, really, in light of all these rain showers and the cloud cover. So all across central Georgia, upper 60s, low 70s is the trend temperature wise, and some areas of patchy fog, maybe even a little bit of dense fog the further west that you head over into Taylor County, limiting visibility to about 0.3 of a mile, and then along our eastern edge of central Georgia as well. But this isn't entirely accurate. Obviously, we just saw some fog in the downtown Macon area, so it's definitely going to be a gloomy start to today with this foggy morning. And then plenty of rain is going to approach once we get into the late morning hours, borderline around the midday hour. So we could have a breeze out of the east, maybe about 15-20 miles an hour, very similar to yesterday, but 78 degrees is your high temperature. Like I said, not going to vary much from what our temperatures already are as of this morning. So let's take a live look at the satellite and radar picture. Clouds continuing to build in from the south, and if we take a little bit of a big picture view across the southeast, you can already see some showers down there just to the south of the Florida Panhandle, around the Jacksonville area. We're going to continue to see all of this moisture associated with this cloud cover trek into central Georgia today, and that's what's going to create these widespread rain chances. And this is all courtesy of this tropical system we've been continuing to monitor, now Hurricane Raphael, and a little bit of a change from yesterday, expected to strengthen into a Category 2 hurricane, but the trend is still the same, that it is going to weaken as it moves across the Gulf of Mexico, and even a little bit more of a trend further to the west for a potential landfall. But this will still just be mainly a tropical storm or just a remnant tropical system, just a big bunch of moisture once it does try to approach landfall, or maybe not even making landfall whatsoever. But nonetheless, we are still going to see our fair share of impacts in the way of rain in central Georgia. Like I said, those showers getting going around 10-11 a.m. this morning, more widespread and some heavier showers embedded within this by the time we go into the afternoon, evening hours today. And now the graph model is trending that all of the heavier rain is going to trend a little bit to the east, further down I-16 here in central Georgia, but we still have the chance for on and off rain showers, a couple of those going to be heavier in nature as we take it on into Thursday morning, and still lasting until we get into the afternoon on Thursday before we finally get another little bit of a peak of sunshine, maybe some clearing in that cloud cover, and then that takes us on into Thursday night and Friday morning, where this moisture still hangs around for a little bit, and this will continue to be the story throughout the weekend until we get a frontal boundary that will kind of push all of that moisture on out. So here's how it stands on the 7-day. Widespread rain today and tomorrow. Not as impressive of a rain chance as we did have yesterday for tomorrow, but then a scattered shower chance does continue for the weekend. Temperatures upper 70s, maybe an 80 degree for Friday, and then as we head into next week, trying to get those rain chances to fizzle on out.
This morning, a former high school teacher in Washington County is set to learn his sentence in federal court. Next, we'll explain the charges he faces.
And as we go to break, let's take a look at Central Georgia School Board winners.
Back at 5:16 this Wednesday morning, a former high school teacher in Washington County is set to learn his sentence in federal court today after pleading guilty to producing child porn several months ago. 33-year-old Michael Allen Dindy admitted to using fake social media accounts to convince underage high school students to create sexually explicit videos. He then posted them on the messaging app Discord. Dindy faces 15 to 30 years in prison for the production of child porn and 5 to 20 years in prison for distribution of child pornography. Dindy taught there from August of 2020 until his arrest in January of last year.
Well, coming soon to Baldwin County, a center where the sheriff's office can use technology to track crime as it happens. Baldwin commissioners recently approved a real-time crime center. This morning, the commissioners will hold a groundbreaking for it. 2 years ago, they looked into using more technology and electronics, starting with flock cameras. Major Brad King says Baldwin now has 93 of those flock cameras that can identify license plates and track vehicles. They hope to use the real-time crime center to monitor crime as it evolves. The center will also use surveillance cameras and ring cameras with the owner's consent. The groundbreaking happens at 9 this morning on Old Monticello Road.
Happening tomorrow, the Bibb School District could decide which schools will stay open for the next school year. The School Consolidation Steering Committee still has not decided which schools to consolidate, so they're holding a town hall tomorrow. That's happening at 6 p.m. at the Professional Learning Center on Riverside Drive. The committee will submit a proposal to the school board by March. They'll also release an online survey tomorrow night where you can share your opinions on the possible consolidation of schools. We're back after this.
Well, today's the day. Finally, all of you here in Central Georgia are definitely going to want to have the umbrella and rain jacket handy. Right now, as we start out the early morning hours, you can see some low-level clouds and some clouds higher up in the atmosphere. That's what's keeping our temperatures at 70 degrees right now down at the Georgia National Fairgrounds, and a little bit of a breeze. You see this flag going a little bit left to right, maybe a little bit more so off in that direction. That's kind of indicative of these east-southeast winds that we are having, and this will continue to be the trend throughout today. A little bit of a breeze at times as we head throughout the afternoon, just like we had present yesterday. So further over to the west, mixing in some mid to upper 60s. Most everyone else above that 70-degree mark or right there around it. So definitely warmer than the past couple of days here in central Georgia. And as we go throughout today, going to be plenty of rain far and wide all across central Georgia. A high of 78 degrees, so not too far off what many areas are right now temperature-wise. And continuing to see this cloud cover build in from the south, kind of southwest, and this is going to be moisture courtesy of Hurricane Raphael as we go throughout later on this afternoon. But the rain gets going to be very scattered in nature by about the 11 a.m. hour, more widespread here in central Georgia as we go throughout the afternoon into the evening hours. A couple of heavier showers embedded within this, and then future view continuing to push that main axis of rain further over to our east here, which will be good for flash flooding concerns, is something that we are continuing to monitor here. But the moisture lingers and rain showers still very scattered as we head throughout Thursday. A little bit less of a chance of rain on Thursday as opposed to what I did have yesterday. And as we head into the weekend, a cloudy start to Friday, a couple of sprinkles as you're heading on out the door. And then as we go into football games on Friday, still with that scattered rain chance, and that will continue to be the pattern as we head throughout this weekend. But in terms of how much rain we're looking at, mainly our south and southeastern counties looking at heavier rainfall accumulation totals. Could run up to about maybe 4 or 5 inches in some spots, but the 7-day forecast showing those rain chances slimming on down, becoming more scattered as we head into the weekend, and hopefully staying cool as we head into next week.
Alex, thank you. As we go to break, let's take another look at Central Georgia corner winners. We're back in just a moment.
Welcome back, 525. A key issue coming out of the election, reproductive rights, and specifically access to abortion across the nation. Many states from Arizona to Florida had abortion on the ballot in some capacity.
And while results are still coming in at this hour, Naomi Ruckham explains how some of those initiatives passed while others failed.
It was perhaps the most divisive issue outside of the name at the top of the ticket, reproductive rights and abortion. In the wake of the Supreme Court's 2022 decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, abortion rights groups turned to the ballot, placing women's health care directly in the hands of voters themselves.
My individual rights are super important, as are my girls.
I don't think women's rights is the #1 issue for America right now.
10 states had abortion on the ballot. In Florida, Amendment 4 failed. The measure would have overridden the state's ban on abortion after 6 weeks, but supporters could not garner the 60% of votes needed to pass, disappointing Democrats in the state.
It is not the end of our work, it is the beginning.
The measure did, however, earn a majority, 57% of the vote, which supporters welcomed as a small victory.
It is still a historic outcome that demonstrates how the majority of Floridians oppose Governor DeSantis' 6-week abortion ban.
Pro-choice measures did succeed in other states, however, including Missouri, which currently has some of the country's strictest laws, banning abortion entirely with the exception of medical emergencies. In Arizona, voters also passed a constitutional initiative allowing abortion rights up to fetal viability, generally considered around 23 or 24 weeks.
Now at 5:30, new overnight, a lot of results to report. The latest projections show America's expected president-elect.
The sheriff of Houston County is a sheriff for everybody.
Plenty of local races to report also. We'll hear from the winners in key sheriff and state house races.
13 WMAZ Morning starts now.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Frederick Bryce.
And I'm Caitlin Heck.
Still a lot of results coming in for the presidential election. Of course, the AP is projecting that Donald Trump will be the president of the United States on the Republican ticket. But right now, only about 51% of the vote going to Donald Trump, 49 to Harris. And you still have states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Alaska. All of those states still have to compile all of those results, but those are kind of leaning toward Trump. So we'll be watching those this morning.
Exactly. He right now has 267 of the Electoral College votes. Of course, 270 is the number that you need to win. As Frederick said, 5 out of the 6 states remaining to get called, still leaning toward President Trump.
Well, here in Georgia, the Associated Press calling this race after midnight. More to come soon from across the country and here in Georgia, but now we're going to go over to Alex Pry for a look at our forecast the day after election. It's going to be a wet one out there, Alex.
Absolutely, and I know everyone is so tired of looking at numbers for the past 24 hours, so I'm going to throw a couple more at you, of course. But the good news is we finally have some rain in sight here in central Georgia weather-wise. Taking a live look over downtown Dublin right now. A few folks out on the road, and temperatures a couple degrees warmer than what we have been used to. So we've ever so steadily been climbing the ladder temperature-wise, and this is in light of some cloud cover that we do have present all across central Georgia, and that is going to kind of be the leading edge of that moisture that's pushing into central Georgia, which will create widespread rain later on this afternoon. A little bit of fog on the eastern edge of our viewing area, and then taking a look over to the west, over there in Taylor County, maybe some patchy areas of some dense fog, but also some cloud cover continuing to build in almost all over central Georgia. So probably not going to see too much sunshine for today, all the way until we get into tomorrow evening. Then maybe some areas will get a peek or two of the sun. A high of 78 degrees today, so not too far off what we already are at temperature wise. And that steady rain will continue to settle in the early morning hours and virtually last on and off all the way through Thursday until we get to tomorrow evening. But then scattered rain does continue for the weekend. So we'll talk about it all and time it all out coming up in just a few.
Some much needed rain. Thank you, Alex. With President Trump's projected victory, his campaign issued a statement saying in part, starting on day one, President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance will help to ease costs, secure the border, and make America great again. Meanwhile, former U.S. Senator Kelly Loeffler also issuing a statement saying in part, this is a significant milestone for Georgia, and I join our voters in thanking President Trump for his relentless commitment to making America greater than ever before.
Well, Caitlin, let's take a look at how Georgia voted in this election cycle and how it's different from that of 2020. It's pretty obvious that Republicans did get some slight gains this election as opposed to 2020. But let's take a look at our heat map here, because the lighter the shade here, as you alluded to in the first half hour, the tighter the race is. The darker the shade, of course, means there's a more commanding lead. So let's take a look at Lawrence County. 2024 this year, Donald Trump winning with 66.2% of the vote, but Harris getting 33.5% of the vote this year. Comparatively to 2020, President Biden was the winner, obviously, in Georgia. He got 35% of the vote there, and Trump got 63%. So you see the difference there. In 2024, Harris got 33, Biden gets 35. So Democrats actually lost in Lawrence County this year. Let's look at Washington County here, which has a lighter shade, which means it was a very, very tight race. Let's go ahead and look at this year with Donald Trump getting 50% of the vote there, Harris getting 48, a difference of about 183 votes. Compare that to 2020, President Biden getting 50% of the vote, President Trump getting 49, a difference there of 75 votes. Very, very close. Now let's look at some of our more populated areas north of us. Let's look at Fulton County. Of course, Fulton County voters overwhelmingly voting for President Harris, but Trump getting 27% of the vote. The difference there of more than 237,000 voters. But if you look at 2020, Biden got 72% of the vote. Trump got 26.2% of the vote. And there's your difference there, 242 voters for the 2020 election. So, Caitlin, no matter how you slice it, it really just shows that Democrats really lost in this election and the Republicans clearly getting some slight gains.
All right, Frederick, thank you. Now, with all the work to bring all the voters out for this election, Houston County Election Supervisor Andy Holland weighed in on the process.
That it was really smooth. This was a big election. Presidential elections are always tough. 2020 especially was hard for some different reasons because of COVID and the situation that put us in. But this one, we geared up a lot for it. We were prepared for it. We made some changes to our procedures.
Glad it was a smooth day, as election officials say. Moving from the White House now to Capitol Hill, we had 4 U.S. House seats up for grabs here in Georgia. Starting with House Seat 2, we have Sanford Bishop keeping his seat with 56% of the vote over challenger Wayne Johnson there. House Seat 8, incumbent Austin Scott will keep his District 8 seat with 69% of the vote over Darius Butler. And House Seat 10, we also have incumbent Mike Collins keeping his seat as well over challenger Lexi Doherty. Collins getting 63% of the vote. House District 12, again another incumbent keeping their seat. Rick Allen getting 60% of the vote in the District 12 race.
Well, the Gold Dome also has some new representatives filling seats with several races in central Georgia. Tangi Herring winning this race for House Seat 145, which of course covers Macon-Bibb and Monroe County.
There's so many things that my constituents have told me that are important to them. And so when I get there, I really want to work on making sure we have economic development. I want to focus on education. I want to make sure we have health care. All of those things that they told me that they needed, there's not one particular thing. I want to make sure that I'm there every single day and making sure that I meet their needs and that I'm listening to the constituents who've put me in this position. So that's my job.
Taking a look now at some other races for the Gold Dome, or House Seat 147. Bethany Ballard keeping her seat there with 57% of the vote, winning by just shy of 4,000 votes. And now to House District 149, Floyd Griffin getting 55% of the vote to Ken Vance's 45%. And for seat 150, we have Patty Stinson getting 56% of the vote to keep her seat, winning by just over 3,100 votes there. And 158, Butch Paris keeping his seat, 73% of the vote over his challenger, Madeline Smith.
Well, the biggest sheriff race we've been following this year, Houston County Sheriff. For the first time in more than 50 years, someone else takes the seat. We're talking about Matt Moulton. He was up against Arthur Harris. Both candidates have an extensive background in law enforcement. Moulton winning the election by 59.4% over Arthur Harris. Moulton says the reliability of the sheriff's office will only improve from here.
The sheriff of Houston County is a sheriff for everybody. When you call 911, we don't ask you who you voted for. We're going to send deputies to help you. Nothing's going to change as far as that goes. The level of professionalism that they've experienced from the sheriff's office is going to continue, and it's going to improve.
Well, Moulton also talked about what it was like working with Sheriff Colin Talton and how he prepared him to take over as the next sheriff. Sheriff Talton left a great legacy. He has prepared me well to take the reins of Houston County Sheriff's Office, and I plan to do that, and in everything I do to honor him.
We will have Matt Moulton in our studio coming up in our 6 o'clock hour for a live interview. Let's take a look at some other counties across central Georgia to see which counties have a new sheriff this morning.
We begin, sorry, Kayla, we begin in Crawford County. Lewis Walker getting 74% of the vote there, winning by more than 2,100 votes against Gene Parker.
In Dooley County, Craig Peavy keeping his seat with 80% of the vote over challenger Chuck Gordon.
In Hancock County, Tomlin Primus with 67% of the vote. He was running against Frank Meeks, who got 33% in this election.
Moving on to Lawrence County, Sheriff there Larry Dean keeping his seat. He got 66% of the vote over his challenger Tyler Jackson.
Moving right along to Peach County, where we have Robert Buck Shannon winning with 60% of the vote this election, winning by more than 2,500 votes.
Over in Taylor County, John Sawyer winning with 65% of the votes over Tommy Fowler, leading by just over 1,000 votes there.
Over in Trudland County, Tommy Corbin winning with 71% of the vote. He was running against Kyle Strickland. He got 29% of the vote.
And in Wilkinson County, Richard Chapman keeping his seat as the Wilkinson County Sheriff with 69% of the vote yesterday. A number of Central Georgians voted on various SPLOST plans as well. Next, we'll give you the results of some of those races.
Plus, this morning, a former high school teacher in Washington County is set to learn his sentence in federal court. Next, we'll explain the charges he faces. 5:39 on this Wednesday morning. Go ahead and dust off your rain jacket and your umbrella because you're going to need it today, Alex.
Absolutely. So looking at rain all across central Georgia in some form or fashion, whether it's a light, steady shower or we could get some heavier showers. Hopefully not going to continue to see those heavy showers just sit over the same areas that would create a flash flooding risk. And we're going to continue to keep an eye on that throughout today and tomorrow. But right now, you're walking on out the door to 70 degrees here in Macon-Bibb County, along with some cloudy skies and some fog all around the central Georgia area. The trend is upper 60s, low 70s all across the board temperature-wise, maybe a few mid-60s mixed in there, like 66 in Swainsboro, as well as 66 further over on the west edge of central Georgia in Taylor County. But taking a look at how much warmer this is than the past couple of days, obviously a few degrees in some spots, maybe exactly on par of what the temperature is in Butler as of 24 hours ago, but even some areas like here in Macon-Bibb County running about 7 degrees warmer than this time yesterday, and this is in light of the cloud coverage that we do have in place as of this morning. So not going to climb too much for our high temperature today, 78 degrees. After the foggy morning, we're going to receive plenty of rain all across the area like I have been talking about, along with some mostly cloudy skies. And continuing to look at this right here. So a flood watch has been issued. This is going to go from 1 p.m. today all the way until 7 p.m. tomorrow for basically basically all of our central Georgia counties with the exception of Upson and Lamar County further up I-75. So this is going to be more susceptible to low-lying areas near those bodies of water, and obviously any areas that do begin to puddle on up, be sure to turn around and don't drown. Even if you don't really know how deep that puddle of water is, it is best just to turn around and avoid any complications with that. So right now, satellite and radar picture, there's that cloud cover I was talking about building in. Hurricane Rafael having a widespread impact already. The center of this storm is to the south of Cuba, but already sending a fetch of moisture up here into the southeast. And Rafael not expected to make landfall anywhere near here. In fact, even if this storm does make landfall as something organized, is still up for question right now. But nonetheless, it's going to bring us some much needed rain here in central Georgia. We just ended that 36-day dry stretch on Monday, but that was only a couple of areas here that did receive one or two of those sprinkles. Everyone here in central Georgia by about the 4 p.m. hour looking to receive their fair share of rainfall. And like I said, you can see some darker colors embedded within this as we go throughout this evening. But now Future View hinting at all of that rain to really kind of push out further to our east as we go throughout the overnight hours, which would be good for flash flooding concerns. But obviously still a couple of showers are going to linger into tomorrow most of the day. And then we finally see that cloud cover break apart ever so steadily as we go throughout Friday afternoon. And then that will lead the way into a weekend that looks pretty good for any outdoor plans. You may just have to duck and dive from a shower or two. And then as we head into next week, the holiday on Monday for Veterans Day, still a 20% chance of rain, but then that rain chance fizzles on out for Tuesday.
All right, Alex, thank you. Just into our newsroom before we go to break, the Associated Press calling the race now for Donald Trump. He won Wisconsin, getting 10 electoral votes there, pushing him past the 270 needed to win the race. We're going to have more on this coming up in just a minute. As we go there, we're going to take a look at some other races across central Georgia. Time now 5:45. Just minutes ago, the Associated Press calling former President Donald Trump the winner of the presidential election.
Of course, Wisconsin, one of the key battleground states needed for this election. Wisconsin was called in his favor, pushing him over the required 270 electoral votes. We're going to continue to follow this. CBS has said that perhaps there could be a special report. If that does happen, we will, of course, break into programming. Back here in our area, though, in Monroe County, voters approved the SPLOST there. The votes were 57.4 for yes and 42.6 for no. The 1% SPLOST will total up to $40 million in the next 6 years. Leaders say one of the areas that benefits the recreation center. The sales tax contributes up to $1.5 million to build a roof over the horse arena, making it usable in any type of weather. The county plans to spend $400,000 for more parking in the area. Nearly $6 million is planned for baseball, softball, soccer, and football fields on Dan Pitt Drive. Commissioner Eddie Rowland says about $33 million of the 2026 SPLOST is tapped to go to Monroe County for those projects.
We're going to clean off about 25 acres and grass it and prepare it to be used for 3 soccer/football fields and 3 softball/baseball fields.
Well, the commissioner says about $33 million of the 2026 SPLOST is embarked for Monroe County, $6 million for the city of Forsyth, and about $750,000 for the city of Culloden.
Meanwhile, 2 other counties also voted for SPLOST. In Jones County, 48% said yes, but 52% said no on a T-SPLOST vote. In Dodge County, 56% voted yes for the SPLOST, 44% saying no.
5:47 now, not a Consumer News. Election day finally over. The results still coming in, though, but the outcome could have an impact on your spending this holiday season. According to a new survey from software company ShipStation, 35% of respondents say the election results would impact their shopping budget. More younger shoppers, known as Generation Z, say the election would impact their holiday spending, with almost half saying they take the results into consideration, compared to just 28% of baby boomers who say the same.
Well, you might want to check your fridge after a new cheese recall. Savencia Cheese USA is recalling several soft ripened cheeses with possible listeria. The recalled Brie and Camembert cheeses were sold under the Aldi brand name, as well as others such as Emporium and Le Bon. Consumers are urged to throw away those recalled products or return them for a refund.
A former high school teacher in Washington County is set to learn his sentence in federal court today after pleading guilty to producing child pornography several months ago. 33-year-old Michael Dindy admitted to using a fake social media account to convince underage high school students to create sexually explicit videos. He then posted them on the messaging app Discord. Discord users reported the posts to the Washington County Sheriff's Office. Dindy faces 15 to 30 years in prison for the production of child porn and 5 to 20 years in prison for distribution of child pornography. Dindy taught at Washington County High School from August of 2020 until his arrest in January of last year.
Well, coming soon to Baldwin County, a center where the Sheriff's Office can use technology to track crime as it happens. Baldwin County commissioners recently approved a real-time crime center. This morning, commissioners will hold a groundbreaking for it. 2 years ago, they looked into using more technology and electronics, starting with flock cameras. Major Brad King says Baldwin now has 93 of those flock cameras that can identify license plates and track vehicles. They hope to use the real-time crime center to monitor crime as it evolves. The center will also use surveillance cameras and ring cameras with the owner's consent. Sheriff Bill Massey says think of it like a neighborhood watch.
We've seen the transition, the change in technology. A lot of people have not addressed it or adapted to it, and a lot of people are behind the times. We've taken the position that we're going to be cutting edge. We're going to do everything we can do to be the most professional agency here in Middle Georgia.
Well, that groundbreaking ceremony happens at 9 this morning on Old Monticello Road.
Also today, November 6th, is now Georgia's Fall Severe Weather Preparedness Day for schools and businesses. This is a day where people can participate in severe weather exercises and tornado drills. The exercises will take place at 9:30 this morning.
Coming up tomorrow, the Bibb School District could decide which schools will stay open for the next school year. The School Consolidation Steering Committee still has not decided which schools to consolidate, and they're holding a town hall tomorrow. It's at 6 p.m. at the Professional Learning Center on Riverside Drive. The committee will submit a proposal to the school board by March. They'll also release an online survey tomorrow night where you can share your opinions on the possible consolidations.
Also tomorrow, you can share your concerns about crime in Warner Robins. The police department is holding their final town hall of the year. Leaders plan to give an update on crime prevention strategies and their plans to safely close out the year. It's happening tomorrow night at Hebron Fellowship Baptist Church on Highway 41. It begins at 6:30 in the evening.
And with Veterans Day coming up on Monday, a lot of people around our area are ready to honor our veterans. The Dublin VA will hold their Veterans Day program November 11th, Monday at 11 a.m. at the Carl Vinson VA Medical Center's auditorium. They'll feature presentations by the West Lawrence Army ROTC Honor Guard and the East Lawrence Band, as well as a keynote address. And the Cherry Blossom Festival holding a Veterans Day 5K on Saturday. It starts at 8:30 at Middle Georgia State University. A portion of the proceeds will be donated to Georgia's Veterans Service Foundation. To see a full list of all the Veterans Day events happening in our area, head to 13WMAZ.com.
Well, you might have seen some buildings across Macon lit green overnight. That's all a part of Operation Greenlight to bring attention to the challenges veterans face and the resources available to them. City Hall, the Bibb County Courthouse Dome, and the Mercer University Drive Bridge are just some of the places shining green. Residents, businesses, and other organizations are encouraged to participate by changing one light bulb inside or outside their home to a green bulb. The green light lets those who serve this country know they are seen, appreciated, and supported. The initiative kicked off this week and will run through November 11th. 5:51 now. Let's head over to Alex for a look at weather and traffic.
Well, a look out on the roads this morning. A foggy start to your Wednesday morning and eventually going to be a wet start as you're making your morning commute. But still, a couple traffic alerts. Road construction on 475 north and southbound. A couple lanes are closed, and also road maintenance operations on I-75 south around Farmers Market Road down in Dooley County. The right lane is going to be blocked there.
All right, Alex, thank you. 5:52 as we go to break, a look at some Central Georgia district seat winners. We'll be right back.
Testing. Testing, 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 testing. Now that election day is over, we're waking up to results called in some races while waiting on others. Am I looking at 10? Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Now that election day is over, we're waking up to results called in some races while waiting on others. In Central Georgia, the long-anticipated winner of the Houston County Sheriff race was declared. And next at 6, we're sitting down with the sheriff-elect. Stay with us.
We'll see you at the top of the hour. Fariha, thank you. 5:55 now. We'll look at your top election results. Just a few minutes ago, the Associated Press called former President Donald Trump the winner of the presidential election. Wisconsin calling in his favor, pushing him over the required 270 electoral votes.
Meanwhile, a big sheriff's race we've been following this year, as Freya alluded to, the Houston County Sheriff's race. For the first time in over 50 years, someone else takes the title. Matt Moulton winning over Arthur Harris in that race, and we'll hear from Moulton coming up at 6.
And the Gold Dome also has some new representatives filling seats with several races in central Georgia. Anissa Jones winning the race for House Seat 145, which covers Macon, Bibb, and Houston counties.
Well, taking a look at your 7-day forecast, I guess it's not popped up there. So let me run over there and click the graphic. But yes, we are expecting widespread rain all across central Georgia today, lingering into tomorrow. And then as we head into the weekend, still can't rule out a stray shower or two. Rain chances down to about 20% Friday all the way through Monday for Veterans Day. And then hopefully we finally get another dry environment, but still going to get our much needed rain here the next 2 days. And you can't rule out another shower actually adding to that rain total over the weekend. Temperature is going to be a little bit cooler in the upper 70s, so still above average. But the good news is, and I know Frederick will be thrilled to hear this, as we head into next weekend, I'm looking at low 70s highs, lows down into the 40s. So yes, finally some fall feeling weather hopefully on the horizon again. But before that, we got to get through the rainy days for the next 2 days. So be sure to grab that umbrella and that rain jacket as you head on out the door today and tomorrow.
And because we haven't driven in the rain in a long time, please make sure that you slow down and use your windshield wipers.
Absolutely. You don't want to report any accidents out there.
Nope.
All right, we're coming up on 6 o'clock.
More details on your top stories and a look at today's forecast still ahead. Stay with us.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh, we're gonna
We welcome you to a special edition of CBS Mornings. Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. That's according to our CBS News projection. Donald Trump is the first president since Grover Cleveland to be elected to non-consecutive terms. He will also become the oldest president ever sworn into office, beating President Biden's mark of 78 years old in 2021 by just a few months.
Trump needed 270 electoral college votes to defeat Vice President Kamala Harris, and he's done it. In the end, the race was not as close as many predicted, with Trump not only beating Harris in key battleground states, but also winning the popular vote, something he's never done before.
And as we showed you at the top, the former president celebrated last night at his Mar-a-Lago estate, along with family, friends, and allies. CBS News projects he will also have help in Congress. The Senate has flipped to Republican control. The House is still a toss-up, and of course, he has a conservative majority on the Supreme Court as well.
Well, Tony DeCopel had a late night and an early morning covering all of this for us. He's across from Mar-a-Lago. He's in West Palm Beach this morning. Tony, good evening, good morning. What can you tell us? What is the latest there?
Gail, you and me both. What a late night and what a moment in American history, really a wow moment in American history. One of the greatest comebacks in political history, as many people put it to me last night. Think about this. A twice impeached, 4 times indicted, once convicted candidate now appears, or is at this point, the president-elect of the United States for a second time. And inside that Trump watch party headquarters, I noticed the first bubbles of excitement, of exuberance around 9 p.m. There was dancing full on the floor by 11 p.m. And after the network started projecting Pennsylvania and then Wisconsin in Donald Trump's favor, pure joy from his supporters. I asked people to summarize how they were feeling in one word. I got one person telling me fantastic, another relieved, still another vindicated. And then, of course, they heard from the now president-elect himself.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Donald John Trump addressed his supporters just before 2:30 this morning, emerging to a huge round of applause after a night that seemed to break his way early and often.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Likely Vice President to be J.D. Vance promised that this political comeback for the ages would now become an economic comeback for America. Trump's crowd of watch night faithful included the CEO of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, Dana White, who called the apparent victory karmic vindication.
This is what happens when the machine comes after you.
Meanwhile, earlier in the night, Vice President Kamala Harris declined to address her own election night watch party at her alma mater, Howard University, leaving her campaign co-director to break the news to an already thinning crowd.
We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight.
A night that began with cautious optimism curdled into something else entirely after Harris was projected to lose key battleground states like North Carolina and Georgia.
Donald J. Trump has an insurmountable lead.
Georgia, where Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger called the race for Trump before 11 p.m., even as the former president still faces felony charges there for his alleged attempts to overturn Georgia's 2020 results. That is one of several now uncertain cases against Trump, including federal charges tied to his alleged efforts to block certification of the last presidential election. As for what now, well, he said he would fire the special counsel leading that investigation. He's also promised the mass expulsion of undocumented immigrants.
On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in American history.
Plus stepped up tariffs on foreign countries, and a public health-related cabinet role for former third-party candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a figure known for his anti-vaccine rhetoric. About his famous claim to act like a dictator for a day, his first day in office, that is, well, you can expect him to greenlight more drilling for oil. But for now, as most Americans say the country has been headed in the wrong direction, there was also an appeal to unity.
Because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly.
And I'm happy to say that with me here in Florida is our tireless CBS News campaign reporter, Olivier Rinaldi. Olivier, you have one of the hardest jobs on the campaign. You've been following Donald Trump from the very beginning, been to more rallies than I'd say anybody, particularly on the CBS team. You're in a unique position to answer the question on a lot of people's minds right now, which is, how did he do this?
Well, they pulled this off with their signature ground game. This is something that started back in Iowa, and it's different than anything we had seen before. The Trump campaign had really deputized people that were their super fans. These were Trump loyalists. These were people that were volunteers that essentially were tasked with going door to door within their communities. And if they reached 10 voters and were able to get them to turn out for Trump, they were given a reward, whether that be a t-shirt, whether that be a hat. The next tier that they would then, if they got 24 voters, they would get expedited entry into a rally. If they got 45 voters, they would get a specific hat, a Trump team captain hat. I would see those when I would go to separate rallies all across the country, these signature white hats. So by doing that, they were really able to tap into local communities using people they know were Trump faithful voters. And by that, they were able to get to those low propensity voters, people that wouldn't typically turn out in a normal election, but able to really galvanize that vote, get them to turn out. And that's where you see that rural vote really, really skyrocketing in this election.
Olivia, I knew the election was going in a direction that was positive for Donald Trump when you told me that you were hearing from inside the campaign and they were looking at the exit polls, quote, gleefully. It certainly ended up that way for him last night. And thank you so much for your work this campaign season. You can now rest, I can say. And I'll send it back to you all in New York as maybe both of us pass out on what has been a very long night. In fact, with that breaking news, you may have noticed in my story, we still hadn't updated the tracks. We're referring to President-elect Donald Trump as still the apparent or likely president-elect. Of course, all that's changed, Vlad.
Indeed, it has. Tony DeCopel tirelessly reporting for us from Florida this morning, where he has been all night. Tony, thank you. We'll talk to you a little bit later. We're joined now by CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, and Chief Washington Correspondent, Major Garrett. Good morning to you both. All right. So, fellas, break it down for us. How did Trump pull this off?
So we're going to do a couple of things this morning. Anthony's going to walk through 3 states that so far the former president flipped in this election cycle. And while he does that, he's going to show you some things that are indicative of how that happened. And I'm going to give you some exit poll data while he's doing that to help explain the story. So let's start in Georgia, Anthony.
From the point of view of the data desk, Vlad, it was a story of consistency. Donald Trump hitting his marks with the people that he needed to win. So you can see it on this map, all these rural areas in red. Now what I'm going to show you, now the arrows are going to be big so you can see them on TV, right? But I want to show you the way in which this vote changed from 2020. In many cases across especially rural parts of the state, he did a couple of points better than he did in 2020, hitting his targets with rural voters, evangelical voters. Go for it, Major.
That's where we bring in the exit poll data to reinforce what you're seeing visually here. Among conservative voters, self-identified conservatives, Trump did 4 points better this cycle than 2020. White evangelicals, 5 points better than 2020. White and no college education, about even. But for those first 2 categories, the arrows and the exit polls tell the story. All right, Anthony, let's go to Pennsylvania.
Yep. Now, everybody had watched this going in, and I want to show you, because we always went out and talked to voters in and around the Philadelphia area and then up into the Lehigh Valley. Again, a lot of white working class voters here, a lot of suburban voters. Now, the key here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the 2020 vote, okay, and compare that in the area, and then watch what happens as Major, I'll hit it.
I'm pointing, he's hitting.
Watch this area here, because it's kind of more red, but in 2020, it was kind of more blue, right? So now it came back a little bit more lighter red, a little more blue. That tells you that Donald Trump, just enough, swung some of those suburbs this year.
And now let's lay over the exit polls, explain what happened to the Democratic coalition, and it's perfectly illustrated by what you just saw in eastern Pennsylvania. Among Latino voters, Kamala Harris shed support as compared to Joe Biden, President Biden in 2020. Among young voters, didn't do as well as President Biden did in 2020. And even among women, slightly worse in 2024 for Vice President Harris than Joe Biden's performance. That is the cracking of the Democratic coalition, which showed up in lots of battleground states, but most especially it showed up in the leakage seen here in eastern Pennsylvania. Now, let's round this out, Anthony. Let's go to Wisconsin.
Yep. Wisconsin, we called this, well, late into the night, even into the early morning hours. What we were waiting for was Milwaukee, but that's part of the tale here, which is to say that Democrats need to do well in a couple of key counties in Wisconsin, in Dane County around Madison, and then in Milwaukee here. And what you saw, and I'll compare this to 2020, was that Harris got just slightly fewer votes than Joe Biden, but she needed even more because, same story, Donald Trump had run up the score all throughout the rest of the state, again, with that consistency, and that's how he hit his marks.
And an exit poll piece of information that applies to Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. 3 states so far the former president has flipped. For voters who said their finances felt to them worse than 4 years ago, look at that number. 80% for former President Trump, 17% for Vice President Harris. Back to you guys.
All right, Major Anthony, thank you. Ahead, we will break down how Republicans took back control of the Senate and what it can mean for the country. But first, it's time to check the local weather.
Do your dry eyes still feel gritty?
All right, welcome back. You've been watching a CBS News special report as they break down President Trump's win after getting Wisconsin getting the needed 270 electoral votes to win the presidency.
Yeah, we're certainly going to have more coverage on that throughout the morning as this story continues to progress and other numbers from other states continue to come in. Right in our area, though, the biggest sheriff race we've been following this year, Houston County Sheriff. For the first time in more than 50 years, someone else will be taking the title after Sheriff Colin Talton announced his retirement last September.
Talton was the longest-serving sheriff in the country, and this morning, Freya Barr is joined by successor Matt Moulton. Freya.
Hey guys, yes, this is Matt Moulton, our sheriff-elect for Houston County Sheriff. You are going to be taking the seat of America's longest-serving sheriff, Sheriff Colin Talton. Billy Rape right now, he's filling in for him in the meantime until Inauguration Day. But how are you feeling the morning after?
I'm excited, very excited. It was a good day yesterday.
Good, good. So, I mean, election day, was already very hectic, but the campaign itself, it's been going on for almost a year now, right? How do you feel like you guys did during the entire campaign, from the beginning up until yesterday?
I think we did really good. I had a good team of supporters that joined me early on in my decision to run for sheriff, and they stayed by my side the entire time. We campaigned hard for the primary. We had 3 other opponents then. We campaigned hard there and was able to come out of the primaries without having to have a runoff election, which allowed me to focus towards the general.
So sorry, they just told us we're not.
Well, welcome back. You've been watching a CBS News special report as the Associated Press and CBS has called the race for former President Donald Trump. He will now be the president-elect of the U.S.
Of course, Wisconsin, one of the key battleground states needed for this election. We're going to continue to follow this as this is an ever-changing story, and the numbers from other key battleground states continue to come in this morning. However, in our area, the biggest sheriff race we've been following this year, Houston County Sheriff. For the first time in more than 50 years, someone else will be taking the title after Sheriff Colin Talton announced his retirement last September.
Talton was the longest-serving sheriff in the country, and this morning, Freya Burr is joined in studio by his successor, Matt Moulton. Good morning.
Good morning. Here is Matt Moulton, the sheriff-elect of Houston County Sheriff. He is replacing his successor, like you heard, Sheriff Colin Talton. Right now, Billy Rape has the seat, and he's taken the spot. Matt, election night was a very long night. How are you feeling now?
It was. I'm tired, but I'm very excited. I'm glad it worked out the way it did.
Good, good. Well, I mean, the campaign, it's been going on for a while now. Could you kind of tell us what you think the strengths you felt like brought you to this win?
Yeah, the people around me, the team that was put together that helped me with my campaign, they believed in me early on, and they stayed by my side throughout the entire campaign.
Absolutely. So, I mean, you told us earlier in the campaign that you've been going out and talking to people in the community about things that are most important to them. What did you learn during the time that you were campaigning?
Yeah, the most important lesson I learned came directly from Sheriff Talton. And early on in this, he told me the important thing, what's going to keep me in office or get me in office, is relationships that I develop in the community. So it was very important for me to get out and meet as many people in the community that I could, get to know them and establish those relationships that I was going to need to be successful last night.
Absolutely. So, I mean, now that you are the sheriff-elect, I'm curious, what are your goals in this new chapter of your life, if you will?
You know, just continuing to earn the respect and the trust of the citizens of Houston County. You know, our sheriff's office has been one of the most respected, probably one of the most professional sheriff's offices in the state of Georgia for a long time because of the leadership of Sheriff Talton. Continuing his legacy and building upon what he's already established is going to be my priority.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for checking in with us. I'm going to send it back to the desks. Caitlin, Frederick.
Freya, thank you. Let's take a closer look at how Georgia voted this election. So as you can see, 2024, we have Trump, of course, winning Georgia, the state as a whole. They called it shortly before midnight. And then you have Harris with 48% of the vote, Trump with 58% of the vote. The difference here, 2024, the general election, 117 votes or so. Let's compare that to 2020 with President Biden. This is a very, very close race to 49.5% of the vote in 2020, 49.3% of the vote going to President Trump. The difference there, more than 11,000 votes or so. So let's look at specific counties. You see our heat map. This is our handy dandy tool to see how counties voted. The lighter the shade means that the county, the votes were very tight. The darker the shade means that the respective candidate had a commanding lead there. So let's look at Lawrence County, which has a lighter shade of red. So obviously going to President-elect Trump. 66.2% of the vote this year compared to Harris, 33.5% of the vote this year. Take a close look at these numbers because Democrats actually lost in this election. Comparing that to 2020, Biden getting 35.5% of the vote, Trump 63.8%. Back then in 2020, 6,400 votes making the difference. Let's go north of us and our most populous county, Fulton County. Of course, Harris overwhelmingly winning Fulton County with 71.9% of the vote this year, Trump getting 27%. But again, Democrats slightly lost this election because you compare this to 2020, Biden got 72.6%, Trump getting 26.2%. The difference there, 242 votes. So really, when you look at the totals, the story here is that Republicans slightly gained in this election and Democrats slightly lost. We're going to send things over to Alex, 623 now. How's it looking out there, Alex?
Well, a whole lot to talk about weather-wise, too, as well. So we're definitely looking at some cloudy skies as we start out this morning. And we're looking at widespread rain as we head into the afternoon hours. Already going to get that rain going in the morning hours. 70 degrees is what you're walking on out to in the Macon-Bibb County area. Temperatures upper 60s, low 70s all across our temperature map. Definitely a little bit warmer than the past couple of days. But as we take it throughout today, the foggy morning is going to lead to an afternoon filled with plenty of rain far and wide all all across central Georgia. So if you have been very patient for this rain, then we have good news on the way in store for you. So the flood watch right now is in place for basically all of our central Georgia counties, with the exception of Upson and Lamar counties. The low-lying areas near bodies of water going to be more susceptible to that flash flooding. Kind of think of it as a potted plant that you do have in your backyard. If you put too much water in it, then obviously it takes a little bit of time for that water to go down into the soil, and that's exactly what's happening when you have heavy showers training over the same area here in central Georgia. A live look at the satellite and radar picture. Cloud cover stretching far east and west and north and south here in central Georgia. And Hurricane Rafael down in the Caribbean Sea going to continue its path into the Gulf of Mexico. It's forecasted to strengthen into a Category 2 hurricane now before weakening once it interacts with some wind shear as it goes towards the western portion of the Gulf of Mexico. The good news is this cone isn't going anywhere near us here in central Georgia, but still going to have impacts later on this afternoon like I have been hinting at. We're going to get this surge in moisture all associated far from the center of the storm. It's going to create widespread rain in the form of a light, steady rain, all the way up to some heavier showers embedded within this. And then as we go throughout Wednesday night, it looks like the heaviest axis of this rain goes further over to the east of us here in central Georgia, or further down I-16. And then the rain becomes more scattered as we go throughout Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon as well. So you can't roll out a stray shower or two, one or two of those also being heavier in nature. And then this takes us on into Friday as we kick off the end of the work week and the beginning of the weekend. A couple sprinkles you might be greeted to as you head on out the door. And then by the time we're kicking off football games on Friday night, looking at that cloud cover to clear, and still a couple of sprinkles are going to be possible into the nighttime hours on Friday as well. But in terms of how much rain, we could see a range of about maybe 1 to 2 or maybe even 3 to 4 inches in locally heavier areas. So that's what we're looking at mainly to our south and southeastern quadrant right now. According to our future view model, obviously the heavier rainfall totals are going to be further over to our east and our southeast. So now taking a look at the long range models, you'll see the moisture lingers around central Georgia for the next day or so. And then as we take it into the beginning of next week, it looks like a frontal boundary tries to take shape and really push all that remaining moisture out towards the Atlantic Ocean. And then this will create a dry environment for your Tuesday and for your Wednesday as well. So let's take it over to your 7-day forecast. Temperatures virtually going to be unchanging, highs in the upper 70s, maybe touching the 80-degree mark in a few spots as we are going into Friday. And then once we go into the weekend, still scattered shower chances, and then the rain chances slim on down as we head into next week. But for now, I think we're going to take it back to Frederick or Caitlin, or we're going to head to break. Stay tuned with us for the latest updates on all of our elections.
Ship fitted with state-of-the-art technology. The vessel is more than 350 feet long and can vertically sink nearly 300 feet of its hull.
We're really excited to see her come and work here, but we want to ensure that she can operate safely with a global footprint so she can go anywhere in the world.
Deep is creating a new era of underwater living spaces where researchers can stay for nearly a month at a time. Scientists say its futuristic facelift will allow new generations of oceanographers to better understand the mysteries of the sea. Tina Kraus, CBS News, London.
Flip's transformation is expected to take around 18 months to complete. Thanks for watching CBS Mornings. I'm Michael George.
Colbert's got a new Late Show with George Stephanopoulos.
We truly believe that the Republican Party platform 100% is what the Latino community needs, because we are family oriented and we believe in those principles, just period, end of story.
One of the very important keys to Donald Trump's victory was getting a larger share of votes from Latinos. Our CBS News exit poll showed Trump got 45% of the Latino vote. That's 11% more than in 2020. Now, that may be a record for a Republican presidential candidate. The last one to get such a large share of Latino support was former President George W. Bush, and that was back in 2004. He was the last GOP candidate to win an overall majority of the popular vote. We want to talk about this now with CBS News political analyst and GOP strategist Leslie Sanchez. I know you've had a very late night, too, Leslie. Good to see you this morning. But we have to talk about that Latino vote. You know, despite the racist comments that were made at Madison Square Garden very recently, he still received a big share of the Latino vote. I'm curious about why you think that is. At one point, someone on Team Trump said, listen, Latinos and Hispanics can take a joke. Do you think it was that simple?
I think it's a long time coming, Gail. You know, I wrote a book called Los Republicanos, Why Hispanics and Republicans Need Each Other back in 2007, talking about the idea of a realignment, the idea that the Latino population, as they were here for multiple generations, 2-3 generations, they were very much in line with Republican values, conservative, family-oriented. Many of them served in the military. But what was distinctly different that I think from then and what I know now and what we all see now is this is an economic argument. This is more and more Latino families who are in that middle class, that working class, who feel they were left out politically, and they want to start having a voice. You're seeing that ripple effect in South Texas. It was happening over the last couple of election cycles. Donald Trump was doing well. As analysts, we were trying to determine, was this a Donald Trump effect or was this a Republican kind of conservative effect? And what we found is it's a movement. It is part of this working class movement, and Trump has leaned into that. That's the growth you're seeing. So remarkably, to the final point, across the board, from the Sun Belt to the Rust Belt, you saw shifts in Latino voters, predominantly Latino men, moving to the Republican side and guaranteeing this big landslide victory.
Leslie, as Gail mentioned, those comments at the Trump rally at Madison Square Garden were offensive, and that was a reflection of what we saw throughout his campaign. You wouldn't describe it as decorum, especially over the last few weeks. Some would say the campaign became unhinged, and former president, now president, became even more unhinged. As a Republican strategist, how would you like to see him in office the next 4 years? Would you like to see him be more presidential and leave a legacy that isn't stained?
You know, the interesting part of that question, especially, I'm going to give it specifically to the Puerto Rican. It was a Puerto Rican disparaging comment that you're alluding to that a comedian made at a Trump rally. But in speaking to Puerto Rican voters, for example, in the suburbs of Philadelphia, they would say, you know, in 2016, I voted for Trump. In 2020, I didn't like his style. I moved away from him. I voted for Biden. But this time, I'm going to come back around and vote for Trump. Do I like his comments? Absolutely not. It's not what I want my children to hear, but I feel it's my responsibility to guide my children. I want him to control and guide the economy. That's how a lot of voters felt. It doesn't harken back to a day when we looked at the president being a certain type of model. This is a very disruptive type of president. We know that. And fundamentally, people heard the disparaging comments about Mexican Americans in 2016, you know, crossing the border and all these different things. But they felt that he was not speaking directly about them. He was speaking about a problem related to a porous border. So that distinction happens in the Latino community, and that's why he does garner such tremendous support.
So that distinction that you're talking about, Leslie, is so interesting to me. And I've long wondered, and we've talked about this privately, if now both parties need to stop thinking about the Latino vote as a monolith, because you mentioned Puerto Ricans, and that is very different, for example, than the way perhaps Cubans might vote in the state of Florida, a state that you know very, very well. And that is different than the way, for example, Dominican Americans here in New York City might vote, because the issues are different. And I think for too long, operatives have treated the Latino vote just the same way that they've treated the black vote as a monolith. And maybe it's time to think about it a little bit differently. How do you see it?
It's time to think about it differently. It is time to start thinking about us as Americans, right? The idea that we're broken down into those different ethnic groups and siloed is not what the Latino voters particularly are looking for. The important number with Donald Trump in this election was 45%. He earned 45%. That's a historic amount of support of any Republican presidential candidate in history. He didn't win 50%, right? He didn't get 51%. But when Republicans, especially at the top of the ticket, can get in that 45% range, they win down ballot and they win in landslides. I think you saw it in the Sun Belt, and it's moving its way across the country. So to your point, issues that are important, economy was important regardless of their zip code, of their heritage, of their place of origin and place of birth, or even the language they spoke at home. These are working class, middle class families that have really been struggling and are looking for a way out.
Leslie, before you go, are you personally okay with how he behaves as a Republican strategist? Is there ever talk amongst yourselves that, boy, I wish he wouldn't do that? Or are you okay with how he moves in the world?
Yeah, I come out from the Bush Republicans, Gail. You know, I've been part of the Republican Party as long as I've been voting. And this is not, you know, I was a Ronald Reagan Republican. This is not the way. And the reason I decided to go into public service, I expected different types of things. I was among a group of women who had a really difficult time with the style of former President and now soon to be President Trump. But I tell you, as time has changed, I feel his leadership is the right type of leadership for all communities, and especially my community, because on the fundamentals of improving the economy, getting inflation down, and securing the border, he's the right person for the job.
A lot of people agree with you.
Yeah, it transcends what, Leslie, you're basically saying is it transcends, the economy transcends race and class. Leslie Sanchez.
It really does.
Always great to talk to you, my friend. Thank you very much. All right, still ahead, the former president has said promises made, promises kept. We're going to take a look at what a second Trump administration is likely to look like for most Americans. But first, time for a check of your local weather.
Welcome back. You've been watching a CBS News special report as the election has now been called in the favor of former President Donald Trump. We'll have much more on the race and dive into some of the logistics that happen here in Georgia at the polls coming up in just a few minutes.
But the biggest sheriff race we've been following, at least in our area this year, Houston County Sheriff. For the first time in over 50 years, someone else is taking the title after Colin Talton announced his retirement last September.
Talton was the longest serving sheriff in the country, and this morning, Freya Barr is joining us in studio with his successor, Matt Moulton.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, here's Matt Moulton, the sheriff-elect for Houston County Sheriff. He's going to actually be taking Chief Billy Rape's seat, who's now the sheriff who replaced Sheriff Talton after he passed away a couple of weeks ago. You and I actually met when you were in the narcotics unit about a year ago. I mean, you've been promoted to captain and now sheriff-elect since then. I'm curious, could you kind of explain to the people listening what kind of experience have you had in law enforcement?
Yeah, I grew up here in Macon, and when I graduated high school, I went to Missouri to go to college. And while I was in college, I worked for the campus police department. And when I graduated college, I stayed out in Missouri and worked for the Branson Police Department. I decided to move back home to Middle Georgia in 2000, and I started at Warner Robins Police Department. I worked as a patrol officer, a patrol supervisor, a narcotics investigator, and a school resource officer. And then I left Warner Robins and went up to the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, where I was an instructor in the basic training division, teaching people the course to become a certified police officer in Georgia. Then I had the opportunity to go work at the sheriff's office with Sheriff Talton, and I served as a traffic enforcement deputy, a patrol deputy. I worked in narcotics, where I met you, and then was promoted to lieutenant over the Criminal Investigations Division. And then this year promoted to captain over the Criminal Investigations Division. And then last night I was elected sheriff for next year.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations
Thank
again
you very
for
much.
winning. You told us earlier that Sheriff Talton actually shared some of the biggest lessons that you've learned in your time at the sheriff's office. You alluded to the fact that he mentioned that you should work a lot closer with the community. I'm curious, what are some plans that you have to make sure that happens?
One of the stories that I've heard the most about Sheriff Talton when he took office back in '73, what he told his people, his team, that what's going to determine how long they stay in office is how they treat people. And he's talking about relationships between law enforcement and the community. And he strived to me how important that was. So I'm going to work very hard to earn the community's trust and their respect, and to know that when the sheriff's office does something, we're doing the things the right way.
Got it. So you also told us that you're actually going to be going to the Georgia, is it the post office, to make sure that you have certifications in the next couple of weeks?
It is the Georgia Sheriff's Association in Madison, Georgia. They have a new sheriff-elect school that's a 4-week class, and that actually starts this coming Sunday. So I'll be leaving Sunday to go to that class, and we'll graduate December the 13th, and then come home for a couple weeks and be ready to start my job as sheriff in January.
All right. Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
In the meantime, we'll check on the other races in Central Georgia. Back to you guys.
All right, Freya, thank you. Diving now back into the presidential race. Both candidates really kept a close eye on Georgia this election season. We've had several rallies and bus tours coming through the state. More than 117,000 votes separated former President Trump from Vice President Kamala Harris yesterday. President Trump winning Georgia this go-round after losing the state to President Joe Biden, of course, in 2020. Much closer race then, 12,000 votes separated the two. Now let's dive into exactly what happened in the polls. If we switch back to the 2020 race here, you can see we did have 3 counties in the state of Georgia that flipped from blue to red this go-round. That is here. Now we go to this race here in 2024. Now we have Baldwin, Washington, and Jefferson County are the only 3 counties in the entire state that flipped. Now let's dive into Central Georgia here, and let's see how Central Georgians voted. Macon-Bibb typically leans blue, so really no surprises here. Houston County typically leans red, no surprises there as well. Not by overwhelming margins in either of those counties, but again, something that we usually see in these elections. I want you to focus on these other 2 pockets of blue here. Let me switch back to the 2024 race. There we go. All right, I want you to look at these other 2 pockets of blue. We got Macon County and Hancock County. Vice President Harris winning both of those counties, but by less of a margin than President Biden won in 2020. Now you'll be able to see that when we use this heat tool here. So the lighter the shade on this map, the less of a lead that candidate had. The darker the shade, the more commanding of a lead by that candidate. So if we take a look, just starting with Democrats, okay, so we have Macon County, Bibb County, and Hancock County. This election went to the Democratic side. However, when we switch back to the 2020 race, you can see here those shades of blue are a little bit lighter, meaning that Kamala Harris did not get as many of the Democratic votes as President Biden did back in 2020. Switching over on the flip side to the Republicans. Here in 2020, you see these lighter shades of red really throughout this band of central Georgia. Going back to this election yesterday, you can see President Trump was able to get more of a commanding lead in those counties. You see those darker shades of red there. And that's a trend that we did see in a good part of the state. We're going to continue to look at this, look at the statewide trends as we go throughout the day, and these numbers continue to go in. For now, though, we're going to head on over to Alex Pry. He has a look at your forecast for today.
All right, thank you very much, Caitlin. Well, the story weather-wise today is going to be rain for all here in central Georgia. So I know a lot of people have been patiently waiting for it, and you will finally be rewarded with it if you didn't get any of those small sprinkle showers that we did have on Monday afternoon and in Monday morning. You are going to be in luck today. But right now, it is a cloudy atmosphere as the sun does come up behind these clouds. 70 degrees right now at the Georgia National Fairgrounds, and a little bit of a breeze out of the east-southeast at 6 miles an hour right now. So we'll continue to see some slightly breezy conditions, but I want to note the temperatures are all around that 70-degree mark already. Not going to climb too much as we go throughout today. Only a high temperature forecasted in the upper 70s is what I have for the area. Visibility continuing to be a little bit better than it was as of the past couple hours. We've had some patchy fog in many areas here during the overnight hours. That not necessarily the case in too many areas right now, and it looks like that fog is definitely not too dense in nature. So after this foggy morning, which is already dissipating, we're going to lead the way into an afternoon full of plenty of rain all across central Georgia. A high of 78 is what I have for today, about 6 degrees above average. But like I said, it's not going to feel too much different than what our temperatures are already at this morning. Also want to note our flood watch. So obviously we're going to continue to have about a 2-day rain event here in central Georgia. So virtually all of our counties are outlined in this green color in the flood watch. This is going to go from 1 p.m. this afternoon all the way until 7 p.m. for tomorrow. Low-lying areas near bodies of water are definitely going to be more susceptible to that flash flooding. So be sure to turn around and don't drown if you do see any of those puddling up areas. Also noting our excessive rainfall outlook. All of central Georgia was in this slight risk yesterday. Many areas have been upgraded to this moderate risk where numerous flash floods are going to be likely. So like I said, this is something we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on as they are warned later on in the afternoon, depending on where the rain does settle into on our satellite and radar picture. As it stands right now, as we approach the 7 a.m. hour, no rain to really be found, maybe a slim sprinkle shower at that, but cloud cover continuing to build in from the south. And this is all courtesy of a moisture fetch associated with Hurricane Rafael. So you see Rafael is to the south of Cuba right now, going to have widespread impacts already here in central Georgia. But the good news is not expected to make, at least the center of the storm, not expected to make a path here into central Georgia, expected to make a westward turn as it goes out into the Gulf of Mexico and continue to weaken from what is forecasted to strengthen into a Category 2 storm. So let's time it on out through today. Scattered rain showers, more so light showers as we go to about the 10-11 a.m. hours, and then more widespread as we go into this afternoon. Future view hinting at this going further east, but we very well could see all of this rain continue to settle over central Georgia as we go throughout the overnight hours into tomorrow morning. And then as we go into tomorrow evening, that rain does become more scattered in nature, and that will continue to be the trend as we go throughout the weekend as well. So here's how your 7-day forecast shapes up. Rain chances ever so slowly slimming on down as we head into the weekend. Temperatures upper 70s, maybe around the 80-degree mark for Friday, but still, as we head into next week, the weather finally looks to cool on down just a little bit. Stay with us. We're back after this.
6:51 now. Several other counties also voting on their next sheriff.
Let's take a look at some of those races to see which counties have a new sheriff this morning. Starting in Crawford County, we have the incumbent Lewis Walker winning his seat with 74% of the vote.
Next, we're going to head to Dooley County, where Craig Peavy has 80% of the vote. Chuck Gordon losing to just 20% of the vote, a difference there of more than 2,400 votes for the Dooley County Sheriff. Hancock County Sheriff Tom Primus with 67% of the vote to keep his seat as Hancock County Sheriff. In Lawrence County, we have Larry Dean with 66% of the vote winning the Lawrence County Sheriff race. Tyler Jackson only getting 34% of the vote. In Peach County, a race we also followed pretty closely, Robert Shannon winning with 60% of the vote to Ty Matthews 40%. Let's go over to Taylor County. John Sawyer winning 65% of the vote, more than 2,300 people voting for him. Tommy Fowler losing this election, 35% of the vote there. Treatland County, Tommy Corbin keeps his seat as the Treatland County Sheriff with 71% of the vote. And finally, Wilkinson County. Taking a look at the sheriff's race there. There we go. 69% going to Richard Chatham, 31 Chancey Allen getting that vote. Well, another sheriff's race we've followed closely throughout this election, of course, is Peach County. Shortly after the race was called, Buck Shannon spoke on how he felt his campaign efforts resonated with voters.
My experience and my commitment to the community, my endorsement by Sheriff Dees and former Sheriff Beckham, and just the community at whole. They just trust me, and I just want to continue to do them a good job.
All right, 6:55, a quick look at our top stories today as we continue breaking down your latest election results. Houston County Sheriff, a new sheriff in town, Matt Moulton, winning with 59% of the vote over Arthur Harris, who got 41% of the vote, replacing Sheriff Colton Townton, the longest serving sheriff in the country. The Gold Dome also has some representatives filling seats. Several races in Central Georgia we're watching. Anissa Jones won the race for House Seat 145, which covers Macon-Bibb and Houston County. Moving on to Tangi Herring, taking the House District 145 seat, covers Macon-Bibb and Monroe County. Very close race there, but still Tangi Herring coming away with 50% of the votes, enough needed to win the race.
All right, well, a couple more numbers to throw at you this morning weather-wise. Still 90% chance of rain today, looking like everyone, or at least almost everyone, will get their fill of some rain here in central Georgia today. And now taking it into Thursday, where the rain chances slimmed down since I had 80% yesterday, looking more scattered in nature. And then as we head into the weekend, a couple of light showers and sprinkles will be possible each and every day. So for any outdoor plans that you have Friday night, Saturday, on into Sunday, just be prepared to duck and dodge a few showers. But other than that, starting to dry on out.
Some much needed rain. We're grateful for it.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much for joining us for 13 WMAZ Morning. Make sure you continue with us now on 13 WMAZ Plus for more news and weather.
Download it on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV device.
CBS Mornings is next. We'll be back here in 25 minutes. Have a great Wednesday. I feel so bad.
I did get a pumpkin cold brew yesterday. How was it? It was what I wanted. I got a nice pumpkin spice latte. I felt really bad because what is going on with it? Well, it probably tasted fine. It was just way too sweet for me. And I forgot how sweet they are. Because normally I like substitute and take out a bunch of stuff. Yeah. And I didn't order it.
All right. Let me do this so I can get out of the way of everything else everyone needs to do. A good Wednesday morning to you, Central Georgia. A foggy morning this morning going to lead the way into an afternoon that's mostly cloudy and plenty of rain to go far and wide across Central Georgia. Only a high temperature of 78 degrees, but a flood watch is in place for almost all of our Central Georgia counties for these low-lying areas near bodies of water. This will go from 1 p.m. today all the way until 7 p.m. for tomorrow. So going to keep an eye out for those flash floods, and then rain chances start to slim on down as we head into the weekend. High temperatures nestled in the upper 70s each day.
Testing. No, it's just as long as you guys roll, just give me a notice when it's like 7:15 and then another when it's 7:20 so I know to wrap up. Thank you. All right.
We're good?
Yep. We're gonna hold on for a second because I gotta get something in first.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll start off with experience, the campaign timeline, things you've learned, your time with Sheriff Talton, and future plans now that you're the sheriff-elect, and that's when you can bring up the trip and everything.
Okay.
All right, we rolling? Awesome, thank you guys. All right, so Sheriff-elect Matt Moulton, you and I met when you were first in the narcotics unit, and you were telling us in your pre-campaign interviews that you were actually a part of Warner Robins Police before. Tell us a little bit about your experience in law enforcement.
Born and raised here in Macon, Georgia, and when I graduated high school, I moved to Missouri to go to college. And while I was in college there, I worked for the campus police department, and I graduated with my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. And from there, I went to work with the Branson, Missouri Police Department. And then in 2000, I decided to move back home to Middle Georgia. And I actually applied with the Macon Police Department, the Warner Robins Police Department. And Warner Robins called and offered me a job first. So I moved home and went to work at Warner Robins Police Department. While I was there, I served as a patrol officer, narcotics investigator, and then was promoted to sergeant as a patrol supervisor, and then finished my career at Warner Robins working as a school resource officer assigned to Houston County High School. From there, I went to the Georgia Public Safety Training Center up in Forsyth, where I was assigned to the Basic Training Division, and I was an instructor and coordinator of the Basic Law Enforcement Training course that leads to Peace Officer certification in the state of Georgia. I had the opportunity in 2014 to come back home and work for the Houston County Sheriff's Office, And I took that opportunity, and while I was there, I worked as a patrol deputy, traffic deputy, and then I went back to narcotics, and that's where I met you as a narcotics investigator. Not because of narcotics investigator, but because of the cases that you were covering. And then was promoted in 22 to lieutenant over the Criminal Investigations Division. And then with the retirement of Captain Ron Brainerd this year, I was promoted to captain, overseeing the narcotics unit and the Criminal Investigations Division.
Gotcha. So, I mean, you talk a lot about the different types of experience you have under your belt, such as you worked in the traffic division, you were even a school resource officer, right. You taught people, officers as well. Right. I'm curious, what do you feel like you're bringing to the table now that you're the sheriff-elect?
You know, I think experience and education is important. You know, I've got training in almost every facet of law enforcement. As an instructor, I'm a post-certified instructor in general instruction, firearms instructor. I'm a defensive tactics instructor, a driver training instructor. I'm a master instructor in the Georgia Resiliency Program. So I teach, you know, probably 90% of the training that takes place at the sheriff's office. So, you know, staying up to date on case law, current trends in law enforcement, I think has benefited me well and has prepared me well for this task of being the sheriff of Houston County.
All right. So now that you are the sheriff-elect, I'm curious, the plans that you're bringing to the table, do you feel like there's any changes you want to bring to the Houston County Sheriff's Office?
You know, nothing major to begin with. You know, what Sheriff Talton has created over the last 52 years has worked. It's been very successful, and I want to continue building on that legacy. You know, the professionalism, the high expectations, the high standards that he has for us as deputies, I want to continue that. You know, it was, I think in a prior interview with you, we talked about it a little bit, and you know, the way I looked at Sheriff Talton and then Chief Deputy Rape, now Sheriff Rape, I am more afraid of disappointing them than actually doing something and getting in trouble. So I always wanted to do my very best and treat people fairly and impartially to do the best job I could do, not because of being scared of getting in trouble, but because I didn't want to disappoint Sheriff Talton or Sheriff Rape. Those two guys just mean the world to me. You know, they are, if anyone's on a pedestal in my eyes, it's those two guys.
So just to clarify again, how long have you been at the sheriff's office? What year does this
Since this is I'm going on 11 years, so a little over 10 years.
So over a decade. I'm curious, are there any lessons you've learned over time, whether it's been in the different roles or just in the progress that you've seen in Houston County? Because, you know, a lot of more people are moving there. It's boomtown, right?
It is. Houston County is growing. I've watched it, you know, in my 24 years of law enforcement there in Houston County, I've seen the growth. You know, the city of Warner Robins has probably tripled in size over the last 20 years. The population's growing, and we're a very diverse city and county, mainly because of the Air Force Base, but that's great. Diversity in Houston County is great. It's necessary, it's needed. And being able to adapt to those changes and be able to keep up with it on the law enforcement side to make sure Houston County stays a safe place to live and work and play is a very important priority for me.
Earlier, you were also telling us a little bit about how you learned some lessons from Sheriff Talton, specifically maintaining relationships with people in the community. Right. Can you kind of tell us how you plan on doing that?
I do. Sheriff Talton, I watched him have an open door policy. Every day he was in his office at his desk, his door was open to the public. And I'm going to continue that. If someone has an issue with anything in Houston County, related to the sheriff's office or anything legal matter, anything like that, my door will always be open, and they can come in and talk to me. You know, one of the lessons I learned from him, you know, when he took office, he told his people then, you know, when he took office, he had an agency that was 26 people, and he told them that what was going to determine how long they stayed in office is how they treat people, and he treated people great because he was there for 51 years, 9 months, and 19 days as the sheriff of Houston County. So, you know, I just look forward to carrying on that legacy and taking the lessons that I've learned from him and Sheriff Rape and going into the future with that.
clearly have a lot of respect for Sheriff Talton and Mr. Billy Rape as well. I'm curious, just in your own words, after his passing, how did that affect you and your department as a whole?
Over the years, I've always had a lot of respect for Sheriff. He's been the sheriff my entire life. He took office in January of '73, and I was born in January of '74. So he has been the sheriff of Houston County my entire life. My law enforcement career, I've had a lot of respect for him, and over the last 4 or 5 years, our relationship really strengthened and grew, and we got very close. He was more than my boss. He became a father figure for me, and when he was diagnosed with cancer, I was there with him along the way, going to doctor's appointments and helping him, do things that he needed done. And our relationship really grew more than just an employer-employee relationship. And his death was it was tough, because I know how important this election was for him, and I know how much he supported and loved me, and I just wish he was here to see what happened last night.
Have you been in touch with Billy Rape since the election was called at all? I'm curious if he said
I have. Sheriff Rape was there with me last night the entire time. He was one of the last ones to leave Houston Lake Country Club last night. He's very excited, very happy. He's very proud of me, and I'm just so thankful for his leadership and the fact that he's going to stay with me. He's not going to retire at the end of the year, and so he, in January, he will go back to being the chief deputy for Houston County, and I've got a lot to learn from him, and I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, so he's going to go back to his, excuse me, his role as chief deputy.
That's correct.
Once you're inaugurated.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm also curious. We again talk a little bit about how Talton endorsed you during that ceremony earlier in January this year. In your own words, for people who didn't really follow the election very much, if they were in the outer outer parts of Georgia, how would you describe the campaign timeline?
I'd started having the thoughts of running for sheriff over 2 years ago, and I started having conversations with Sheriff Talton, and he was giving me pointers and giving me advice along the way. We had a couple employees that retired recently from the sheriff's office that had an ambition of running for sheriff at one point, and I wanted to wait to see if they were going to do it. So I didn't make my decision or my thoughts public, because if either one of those two guys would have run for sheriff, I would have gladly supported them, and I wouldn't have run. Back in October of last year, they both made their decisions that they would not run for sheriff, and then that opened the door for me to run. I had a conversation with Sheriff Talton in November, and in early December, he gave me his blessing to run for sheriff, and I made my announcement. And then in the end of January, the sheriff came out publicly at a public announcement there at the State Annex building, and publicly endorsed my campaign for sheriff. And he told the citizens of Houston County that he believed in me and that he trusted me, and that I was going to be the best man to be the sheriff of Houston County. And he stood by those words up until the day he passed. And I'm just so thankful for that. And there's no doubt in my mind that people now that know me trust and respect me only because Sheriff Talton said that they could.
So, final question before we let you go. If you could tell the voters of Houston County, everybody, whether they voted for you or not, I'm curious, what would you say to them now that you're their sheriff-elect?
For those that did vote for me, I just want to say thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. This has been it's been a very up and down campaign season. I lost Sheriff Talton 2.5 weeks ago. We lost Sheriff Talton 2.5 weeks ago. And then yesterday, while we were preparing for the election, at 12:30 yesterday afternoon, my stepfather passed away after a battle with leukemia. So the emotions yesterday were like a roller coaster up and down, and I was very excited and proud for the election, but in the same time, we lost a dear member of our family, and we're going to take the next couple days to deal with that, and got a busy couple months ahead of me to keep my mind occupied and keep me busy, and I look forward to January 1st.
All right. Well, our deepest condolences are with you and your family during this hard time. But congratulations again on winning Sheriff-elect of Houston County.
Thank you.
Matt Moulton, thank you very much. Great job, y'all.
Good morning. It's 7:26. I'm Frederick Price.
And I'm Caitlin Heck. Let's take a look at your top stories. The biggest sheriff's race we've been following this year for Houston County Sheriff. And for the first time in more than 50 years, someone else takes the title after Sheriff Cullen Telton announced his retirement last September.
Telton was the longest serving sheriff in America. And this morning, Fariha Abrar is joined in studio by his successor, Matt Moulton. Fariha.
Good morning, Central Georgia. Now, if you're in Houston County, I'm sitting down with your sheriff-elect, Matt Moulton. Right now, Billy Rape is taking the seat of Sheriff Telton. He passed away a few weeks ago. But in January, you told us earlier that you're actually going to keep Billy Rape as your chief deputy. I'm curious now that, election day is over, election night's over, the campaign's over. I'm curious, what are your plans now? You told us you're supposed to go to a school to get some certification. Is that right?
That's right. The Georgia Sheriff's Association has a newly elected sheriff-elect school that starts, it actually begins Sunday, this coming Sunday, at the Georgia Sheriff's Association headquarters in Madison, Georgia. So I will leave Sunday after church and go to Madison, and it's a 4-week class, but they're going to give us a week of Thanksgiving off. So I'll be up there for 2 weeks, come home for a week, and then I'll go back for the first 2 weeks of December, and we'll graduate the Sheriff-elect school December 13th.
Awesome. So with the inauguration ceremony, do you know when that's supposed to happen and where it's happening?
I don't know that. I don't know that. We're working on that right now, trying to find out if it is one of those where I have to be sworn in at midnight on New Year's Day, or if it's something that can take place beforehand and just have the formal ceremony then. But we'll see. I don't know yet.
All right. Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, thank you, Fariha. Right now, it is a cloudy start to your Wednesday morning and expecting widespread rain all across central Georgia today, which is going to be a sight to behold for many in this area. Temperatures right now, upper 60s, low 70s all across the area. Not going to see much wavering on these temperatures because of the cloud cover and rain. And still some fog, mainly in our eastern half, east of I-75. So continuing to take it a little bit slow as you head on out to work this morning. After that is going to be an afternoon characterized by a whole lot of rain, 78 degrees for your high temperature, and a flood watch is in place for basically all counties here in central Georgia. So those low-lying areas near bodies of water are going to be more susceptible to flash flooding, something we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on throughout today and tomorrow. But here's how your 7-day forecast shapes up. The rain chances get slimmer as we head into the weekend. Highs feeling nice and comfortable in the upper 70s, and then trying to dry on out as we start next week.
All right, Alex, thank you. CBS Mornings continues next.
Find more news and weather now on the 13 WMAZ Plus app. We'll see you back here in 25 minutes. Stay with us.
Good morning at 7:56. I'm Caitlin Heck.
And I'm Frederick Price. Let's take a look at your top stories this morning. We had 4 U.S. House seats up for grabs in Georgia. For House Seat 2, Sanford Bishop winning against Wayne Johnson. With 56% of the vote Bishop got, Wayne Johnson getting 44. You may remember Trump did endorse him at his rally. For House Seat 8, incumbent Austin Scott, the declared winner in this district. He was running against Democrat Darius Butler. Austin Scott getting 69% of the vote. For House Seat 10, Republican Mike Collins against Democrat Lexi Dougherty. Mike Collins getting 63% of this vote. Dougherty only getting 37. And for House Seat 12, incumbent Rick Allen wins against Liz Johnson. Rick Allen getting 60% with a difference there of about 70,000 votes.
Taking a look now at some other races under the Gold Dome. For House Seat 143, you have Anissa Jones here getting 62% of the vote over Barbara Boyer's 38%. Moving on to State House District 145, the other new district, Angie Herring winning over Noah Harbuck in a very close race there, separating them just 251 votes. Up next, we have House District 147, Bethany Ballard keeping her seat with 57% of the vote yesterday over Ariel Phillips getting 43%. Also, we have House District 149, Floyd Griffin getting 55% of the vote over Ken Vance's 45% of the vote, 2,300 votes separating them. House District 150, Patty Stinson keeping her seat, getting 56% of the vote yesterday over challenger Carrie Moore's 44%. And State House District 148, Butch Paris getting 73% of the vote to keep his seat over his challenger as well.
Well, several other counties were also voting on their next sheriff. Crawford County, Lewis Walker winning with 74% of the vote. He beat Gene Parker, who only had 26% of the vote for Crawford County Sheriff. In Dooley County, Craig Peavy winning with 80% of the vote. He ran against Republican Chuck Gordon, difference of more than 2,400 votes. Hancock County, Tomlin Primus, 67% of the vote. Frank Meeks getting 33% with a difference of more than 1,400. And Lawrence County, Larry Dean, the 66% of the vote for Lawrence County.
All right, we are going to head on over to Alex now. He has a look at your forecast.
Yes, clouds building in this morning. Right now, a live look over the Georgia National Fairgrounds, 71 degrees, and going to lead the way into an afternoon that is going to be full of rain all across central Georgia. So going to continue to keep an eye on any flash flood warnings we do receive. Other than that, rain chances slim on down as we head into the weekend and next week.
Alex, thank you, and thank you for staying with us. CBS Mornings continues next.
Continue with us now on 13 WMAZ Plus for more news and weather, and we'll be back in 25 minutes.
Good morning, it's 8:25. I'm Frederick Price.
And I'm Caitlin Heck. Let's take a look at your top stories.
In Monroe County, voters there approved the SPLOST vote. The votes were 57.4 for yes and 42.6 for no. The 1% SPLOST will total up to $40 million in the next 6 years. Leaders say one of the areas that benefits the recreation center. The sales tax contributes up to $1.5 million to build a roof over the horse arena, making it usable in any type of weather. The county plans to spend $400,000 for more parking in the area. Nearly $6 million is planned for baseball, softball, soccer, and football fields on Dan Pitts Drive. Commissioner Eddie Rowland says about $33 million of the 2026 SPLOST is tapped to go to Monroe County for those projects.
2 other counties also voted for a SPLOST. In Jones County, 48% said yes to the T-SPLOST, but 52% said no. And in Dodge County, the results coming up here. We'll get those results to you on 13WMAZ.com. This is the Crawford County Commission District 2 race. Troy Cook winning that race.
Well, tomorrow the Bibb School District could decide which schools will stay open for the next school year. The School Consolidation Steering Committee still has not decided which schools to consolidate, so they're holding a town hall. That's happening at 6 p.m. at the Professional Learning Center on Riverside Drive. The committee will submit a proposal to the school board by March. They'll also release an online survey tomorrow night where you can share your opinions on the possible consolidation of schools.
Also happening tomorrow, you can share your concerns about crime in Warner Robins. Police Department's holding their final town hall meeting of the year. Leaders plan to give an update on crime prevention strategies and their plans to safely close out the year. It's happening tomorrow night at Hebron Fellowship Baptist Church. That's on Highway 41, starting at 6:30.
Well, with Veterans Day happening next Monday, a lot of people in our area are ready to honor veterans. The Dublin VA is holding their Veterans Day program on November 11th at 11 a.m. in the Carl Vinson VA Medical Center Auditorium. The event features presentations by the West Lawrence Army ROTC, Honor Guard, and East Lawrence Band, as well as keynote address from Charmaine Turner. And the Cherry Blossom Festival will hold a Veterans Day 5K this Saturday. It begins at 8:30 in the morning at Middle Georgia State University. A portion of the money will be donated to Georgia's Veterans Service Foundation. You can see a full list of the events on 13WMAZ.com.
For now, let's head on over to Alex. He has a look at our forecast. Finally getting some rain today, Alex.
Absolutely. Far and wide all across central Georgia, and beginning to see that cloud cover already enter central Georgia right now. So it's a little bit of a gloomy start to your Wednesday, as is the case over downtown Dublin right now. Temperature-wise, hovering around that 70-degree mark. A couple areas dipping down into the upper 60s, but most areas 70+ right now as you head on out the door. So satellite and radar picture, cloud cover all about central Georgia, maybe a few areas of some potential clearing. And as we go throughout this afternoon, once we get to about the 2 p.m. hours, when we start to see some of those heavier rain bands associated with the moisture of Hurricane Rafael well down in the Caribbean Sea still, just going to send this fetch of moisture all across central Georgia. And take a look at what Future View does with this. It pushes that main axis of rain, those heavier showers, further over to the east, which would be kind of a best case scenario here in central Georgia. That wouldn't create as much of a flash flood risk, and really let's see that rain activity kind of fizzle on out in the form of scattered showers as we go throughout Thursday. The rain chance also continues on into Friday before we finally see some clearing of that dense cloud cover and allowing for some peaks of sunshine as we head into the weekend. So there's how the 7-day stands. 20% chance of a scattered sprinkle or two from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, maybe lingering a little bit into Monday before we dry on out next midweek.
Alex, thank you. CBS Mornings continues next.
And continue with us now on 13 WMAZ Plus for more news and weather. We're back in 25 minutes. The Bibb School District wants your thoughts on consolidating schools. We'll have details on how to share your thoughts or concerns at an event tomorrow night. Join us for that and more tomorrow on 13 WMAZ Morning. Good morning. It's 8:55. I'm Caitlin Heck.
And I'm Frederick Price. Let's take a look at your top stories this morning.
Let's get you caught up on some election results. The biggest sheriff's race we've been following this year, Houston County Sheriff. For the first time in more than 50 years, someone else takes that title. Matt Moulton winning with 59% of the votes over Arthur Harris yesterday.
Moving right along to State House District 143, the Gold Dome has also some new representatives filling the seat. Anissa Jones winning this race for House Seat 145, which covers Macon-Bibb and Houston County. She got 62% of the vote.
And in House District 145, Tangi Herring won the race, a very close one, which covers Macon-Bibb and Monroe County, getting 50% of the vote, just 251 votes separating her and Noah Harbuck.
Other news of the morning, a former high school teacher in Washington County is set to learn his sentence in federal court today after pleading guilty to producing child porn several months ago. 33-year-old Michael Dindy admitted to using a fake social media account to convince underage high school students to create sexually explicit videos. He then posted them on the messaging app Discord, where the users reported the post to the Washington County Sheriff's Office. Dindy now faces 15 to 30 years in prison for the production of child porn and 5 to 20 years in prison for distribution of child pornography. Dindy taught at Washington County High School from August of 2020 until his arrest in January of last year.
Coming soon to Baldwin County, a center where the Sheriff's Office can use technology to track crime as it happens. Baldwin County commissioners approved a real-time crime center, and this morning the commission will hold a groundbreaking for that center. 2 years ago, they looked into using more technology and electronics, starting with flock cameras. Major Brad King says Baldwin now has 93 of those cameras that can identify license plates and track vehicles. They hope to use the real-time crime center to monitor crime as it evolves. It will also use surveillance cameras and ring cameras with owners' consent. Sheriff Bill Massey says think of it as more of a neighborhood watch. The groundbreaking happens at 9 this morning on Old Monticello Road.
All right, let's head over to Alex for a look at our forecast. A cloudy start to the day, Alex.
Cloudy start going to lead the way into a dreary day here in central Georgia, something we haven't said in quite a long time. Right now, 72 degrees over downtown Macon, winds out of the east, a little bit breezy at 7 miles an hour. And temperatures right now are in the low 70s, majority of central Georgia. A couple of upper 60s are mixed into the forecast, but not too far off what our morning low temperatures were. In light of all of this cloud cover that we have present right now, that kind of trapping any surface heat that we did receive yesterday, as we did get some breaks in cloud cover, allowing those temperatures to warm on up above the 80-degree mark. So let's take it through future view as we go throughout this afternoon. By about 2 p.m. already, mainly our southern counties are already starting to see some pretty heavy rain showers. Everyone else still seeing some form of rain. And this looks to be the case through most of this afternoon. But as we go into the evening, future view hinting at the heaviest rain moving out towards our east. We're going to continue to keep an eye on that because all our other graphics and flood watches and excessive rainfall outlooks are hinting that many of these heavier showers are going to train over some areas here in central Georgia. But the consensus is this will break apart as we go throughout tomorrow and leading the way into a cloudy start to your Friday morning with a couple of sprinkles before that cloud cover does begin to clear as we head throughout the afternoon on Friday, and then going on into Saturday where the moisture still lingers around for a couple of sprinkle showers, but still nothing really significant. But excessive rainfall outlook upgraded to a moderate risk of heavy rainfall here in central Georgia. Going to continue to keep an eye out for some flash flood warnings that are looking more and more likely. But after the next 2 days, we are slimming on down the rain chances for the weekend, and temperatures still hovering in the upper 70s for highs all week long.
Alex, thank you. It's been a busy morning here to say the least. Thank you for staying with us. Continue with us now on 13 WMZ Plus for more news and weather.
And we'll see you back here at noon for midday. Have a great morning.
All right. Should be good to go. Tie right. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Well, continuing to monitor